Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the very first time here. Welcome back to, I guess, season 2 of the CranKy season 2 preliminary stage. I'm, of course, your host, Live VIP. With you, I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people in chat, and by my plushies as well. Welcome, one and all, to something a little bit different, to something special. We've been alluding to this for the past couple of days, but yes, we have a Team League Invitational that was organized and hosted by Chijik, and of course, I say organized, hosted by CranKy, sponsored by Chijik. Now, if you're curious, we've said this name multiple times before, but Chijik, that this is a streaming platform, kind of like Twitch, but for Korea. It's like it's a competitor to Africa TV. So in Korea, you have Africa TV, you have Chijik, and you have, I think, Kakao Live as well as the three like predominant streaming platforms. So as a result, because Chijik, because they sponsor the event, because they provide the prize money for the event, it does mean that live casting the event has to be on the Chijik platform. It cannot be casted on Twitch or on YouTube or anywhere else live, which is why this is not live cast. I mean, the cast is live, but the games are via replays. This is going to be replay cast. This is less than 24 hours. It's been less than 24 hours since the events took place. Now we're here live with the replays to catch up on what has been going on in said Team League. Let's go, baby, let's go. So up first, as you can see, we have Basilisk versus Streamer Zone. We have our lineups. Now when it comes to the format of the tournament, 6 teams have been invited. We have Basilisk, we have Streamer Zone, we have Team Liquid, we have Team Vitality, and we also have Team Falcons and Shopify Rebellion. So six teams in total enter the ring. Initially, we do have our preliminary stage. Basically, these are seeding matches. The winner of these matches are going to be advancing on into the playoffs. The losers get knocked down into a group stage where they have to face off to be able to have a chance at the playoffs. So they'll have a second life, second chance. So basically, in today's broadcast, none of these teams are going to be eliminated yet. And this is going to be a week-long tournament. Week-long, I think like 5 or 6 days of Team League. Let's go, baby, let's go. 5 or 6 days of CranKy season 2. Let's go. First things first, as we do head on over here towards our brackets, exclamation, I mean, there's no bracket command, unfortunately, but bam, we do have the lineups here. And what is the most exciting about this invitational, about this Team League, is that, one, it is not WTL format. WTL format was best of 2s. These are best of 1s, or Pro League format, but old school Pro League, because if you look at these lineups, you should be noticing something. You should be noticing something a little bit different here. So up first, we have Basilisk versus Streamer Zone. We're going to be having Serral. Serral's going to be facing off against Jumi in the first round. So Serral versus Jumi in a ZVP, followed by Trigger versus Nightmare in a PvP. Again, these are best of 1s. We then have 2v2. If you remember, 2v2 was a big part of Brood War Pro League, but it's something that never really caught on in SC2, unfortunately. I would say the best that we had was, if you recall, the Shoutcraft Clan Wars, where 2v2 was a part of that event, so that Total Biscuit was hosting and organizing. They did have their 2v2 portion, and 2v2 outside of that never really had any big representation. I will say that in recent times that has changed. In the past year, if not slightly more than that, we have had more focus and more attention on team games and 2v2 tournaments. Big thanks to Uthermal, big thanks to Wardy as well for hosting these events, and partially also thanks to Team Liquid. TL specifically. TL, they've been organizing the Team Liquid map contest maps, which has been updating and revitalizing the maps for the team game rotations for 2v2, 3v3, and 4v4. So those 3 things in conjunction with Wardy also hosting those monthly events last year, and with Uthermal running his 2v2 league, I mean, we've seen a resurgence and a lot more interest in 2v2 this late into the lifespan of StarCraft 2. Unfortunately, it's something that could have been worked on and could have been given attention to many years ago. But regardless, better late than never, and really cool to see those initiatives kind of spark that interest, spark that growth, to the point where now we're going to be featuring 2v2 in this invitational as well. Really cool to see. So I can't wait to get into that. It is going to be Serral and Trigger versus SOS and Nightmare. If you know anything about the 2v2 circuit, you will know that both Serral and Trigger are very well versed in 2v2. They are some of the best 2v2 players in the world. The best 2v2 players would be Spirit and Max. Like Spirit and Max, they're the best duo. Like, you don't get better than them. They have named and ranked themselves as the #1, as the best duo in the entire world in StarCraft 2v2. Unfortunately, they are not part of any of the teams competing in this event, but Serral and Trigger, they're also very well versed. And at the end, we do have Raynor versus Geralt. Now, as a reminder, this is a best of 5. Overall, as you can see, each series, each best of 1 gives 1 point. So this is in total a best of 5. We do have the ace match, if need be, on 10,000 feet, where each team will be able to field their ace player if need be. Ahead of that, though, every match is going to be played out in the these initial 4 matches. These initial 4 matches, every match will be played. So even if it's like a 3-0 in favor of Streamer Zone, Raynor and Geralt, they will still play their match. They'll still play out their match, even if it's a 3-0, and even if Basilisk cannot win, just because scores do still matter when it comes to seeding, when it comes to overall performance. So overall, the games are going to be played. Obviously, the ace match won't be played unless necessary to be able to determine the victor of the series. Here tonight, we're going to be featuring 3 matches. It's going to be Basilisk versus Streamer Zone. We then have Team Liquid versus Shopify Rebellion. And then we have Team Vitality versus Team Falcons. Here we go. Now, coming into this, amongst all the teams, I will say the Streamer Zone is one of the weaker teams. They do have a decent lineup, don't get me wrong. You know, Nightmare, SOS, Jumi, Geralt, like, they are strong players in their own right, but I feel like the other teams, they feature definitely some star players and some high caliber players, like your Serrals, your Raynors, your Marus, your Bjorns. So it's gonna be a tough ask here for Streamer Zone. Best of luck as they do step to the plate against Basilisk in the first preliminary stage. It's a brutal first round match. Oh boy, I wish him the best. I do know that in the lead up to this series, Jumi, he was memeing in his Discord server, and I think he posted the gif of Serral sweeping up trash. Jumi's like, I'm ready. I was like, God damn it, Jumi. God, have some faith, Bobby. Have some faith. I want to believe, Bobby. I want to believe. Aye. The other really exciting thing about this event is the map pool. The map pool does feature many TLMC21 maps. So you can see here, game 1 is going to be on Mothership, game 2 is going to be on Dream and Scars, game 3 is going to be on Gem Garden, followed by the Old Republic and 10,000 feet. These are all TLMs, or these are new TLMC21 maps. So bear that in mind. These are all going to be new maps here, not your regular standard ladder maps. A lot of these maps we have already featured, actually, bear that in mind. Going to be featuring them again. But again, up first we do have Serral and Jumi. Let's go. Game 1 is going to be a Mothership, and remember, best of 1. And hey, in this kind of best of 1 format, upsets can happen. They have happened in WTL before. We could even see them happening here as well. 1 game is all you need. As spawning in the bottom side of Mothership, we do have the German Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Jumi. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Zerg player. We have the red Zerg player himself. It is for Basilisk. It is Serral from the land of Finland. Beautiful. Here we go. And again, welcome to Mothership. Mothership is a 3-player spawn map. If you've been watching the CranKy Ducklings, you would know that we've been covering this many times, as this is part of our standard ladder map pool. Sorry, standard tournament map pool. So we do feature this map quite often. It's very large, very wide. Serral does open pool first. Okay, very safe opener here out of Serral. Interesting. And I'm sure maybe he was assuming that Jumi would try to cheese him out. Jumi instead is going Nexus first. Jesus. So Nexus first out of Jumi, hyper greed. Meanwhile, Serral opening up pool first, being very safe. Okay. So big variance here when it comes to the openers. It does make sense just because Serral, of course, is looking for Jumi's spawn location. Remember, this is a 3-player spawn map. We do head on over the Chijik logo. There we go. As the Overlord is looking for Jumi, and we'll find him almost immediately. So Jumi, he will be found. Again, Jumi's just being hyper greedy. And Serral is going for a delayed gas. So delayed gas here will pull hatch into a later gas geyser. So it's going to be a delay on link speed and a delay on tech in general here. Oh, as Jimmy does follow with his 2 gates. I mean, again, it's still like later gateways here, so he's going to try to make up for that. Overlord will scout, Overlord will confirm the location and also get eyes on the timing of said Nexus. I'm sure he did notice that the gateway is finishing up a little bit later. Yep, and now he sees that the Nexus is almost done. So Serral is fully aware. He is fully aware. And from here, I'll be honest, we haven't had the luxury of casting many Zerg matchups. I mean, again, if you know anything about StarCraft over the past couple of weeks, if not past couple of months, Zerg matchups are quite rare. They're quite rare nowadays. We're lucky if we even get to cast 1 ZVX matchup, so I don't think I've actually casted a Zerg matchup on Mothership, is what I was getting at. Ooh, this probe is barely saved. Serral, he wants it. Ooh, he wants the probe, he will not get it. Probe does survive. Serral shocking around. Going back in. Again, he wants that worker. He wants it. But again, we haven't covered any Zerg matchups on Mothership, so I'm curious to see how Serral will adapt. Again, this is a bit of a larger map, but it's not the most defensive map, so I do think that it's going to be more difficult for Jimmy to turtle up and to get into a longer mid to late game. So instead, we're going for faster tech. He shows the Stargate, cancels the Stargate, going for a Twilight Council, and Jimmy's being hyper aggressive here, rushing the Twilight Council. This could be a getting into Glaive Adepts, or we could go into an early charge timing. Regardless, hyper aggression out of Jimmy. And again, Serral being fed some false information with that fake Stargate. Let's go. It's the Jimmy. Okay. Do you have the backup Overlord Scout going into the main? Overlord making its way in. Gateways are being turned down. We're not pulling out of gas. Interesting. So he's not pulling out. We are going to Glaives. The fact that he hasn't pulled out that he's going to Glaives could be indicative here of extra gateways. We have 4 currently. We could go up to 6. Yep, speaking of, there we go. Additional gateways, that's a 5th and a 6th gateway. So 2 gas saturation can facilitate 4 6-gate Glaive Adepts. Any more than that and you just won't have the gas to produce. And this is very committed on 2 bases. Let's go. Borderline all in. Jimmy, this has to kill, otherwise it has to deal crippling damage. Meanwhile, Serral getting a safety Roach Warren. He dipped it. Yeah, he saw a gateway. He saw that the Stargate was cancelled. He knows.
Under attack.
Like, that's what's important. He didn't confirm the Twilight Council, but he saw held up. The Stargate wasn't meant to be here, right? So he rechecked the Stargate location. Ooh, Glaive Adepts plus Dark Shrine. Okay. Looking a little sus. Going for both, but doubling down. Overlord has confirmed the Twilight Council, does see it researching. Overlord may even see the Dark Shrine itself. Ooh, barely not. Yeah, barely does. My apologies. Yeah, barely does scout. Does spot the Dark Shrine. Adepts have arrived, and Serral, he's not quite ready to wall off. Does have the Sim City, but does have the army. Yeah, Queens to move forward. We surround the Adepts. The Vials, they do connect. As they connect Queens, they're left alone. Can we focus any of them down? Let's transfuse, keeps both Queens alive. So gets another transfuse off. That lands another transfuse. Jimmy's still trying to break through. Behind this, I believe there is a Sport. The natural. Oof, power connects. And at this point, are we shading? Not quite. It doesn't quite shade in. Meanwhile, here there is a Sport in the main base, a Sport outside of the natural as well. No detection at the 3rd base, but the Sport can always uproot. Can always uproot, can always waddle over. Yeah, Sport's pushing forward. Jimmy, can he snipe the expansion? I mean, the base is a little bit low already. There we go, 2 more swipes. Oh no, the Miles! Oh my god. No, one shot away. Automas, he was so close. 4 HP hatchery. Do we commit to the shade? Do we just shade like 2 Adepts in to focus it down? He can't let it live. Jimmy, he was premature, Babby. He was premature. Okay, the Archon should be enough. Yeah, oh, that's a high queen count though. The Archons, they should be able to tank shots, get in close enough, kill the base, and then be picked up. I say that there are transfuse available. Kev's getting caught out. Here come the Archons, but again, Serral, he does have a transfuse. Up! Up! Oh my god, no transfuse. Base goes down. It barely did miss it. Okay. Kills the expansion. Adepts, they get into the natural. They get a couple of drone kills, but this is still not good enough. As you can see, Jumi's still on 2 bases, and Serral, as time goes on, it's been better and better for the Zerg players. He's been building up a larger army. He is now trying to re-expand, trying to re-drone. Losing the 3rd base does slow Serral down at least. But is that really enough? Alright, gets a queen. Does get one of the queens. From here, Jimmy pulls away. And Jimmy's just building up towards a second all-in, this time with Immortals behind it. Now, thankfully, Jimmy, I believe he didn't lose... he lost 12 Adepts. If he didn't lose as many Adepts, then this follow-up all-in would have a little more teeth to it, of course. I'm a little bit concerned that he blew out too much. He lost too much. 12 Adepts, that's a lot of supply to bleed out early on. The Overlord. Oh, we'll lose an Archon. That is not worth it. Archon goes down. Soon it's going to be go time. Yeah, we're just waiting for +1. +1 is almost complete. Oh. He is almost ready. And he's pushing. He's committing across the map. Oh, there's nothing back at home. Gateways are under fire. Jimmy, it's all or nothing. Send it, baby, send it. Oh my god, things they break into the natural as a defensive DT. At the same time, Maru is done. Maru is complete. Pals, they graze the army. Immortals, they're getting us off the roaches. A lot of roaches are going down, okay. Takes out a line of roaches. Meanwhile, across the map, 20 probes going down, and Jimmy, he will lose everything. He will lose the economy. And he's trading decently against the army, but oh god, still takes some bounce to the face. Not like this, and he's running out of buffer. Yeah, slowly over time, he's running out of buffer. He needs more adepts, he needs more warp-ins, but unfortunately he has no economy, he can't afford it. Yeah, he can't afford the warp-ins. The boys are being pulled, and Serral, he will clean this up. Shuts down the adepts, the immortals. Jimmy is micring his heart out. Este Jimmy. Down to 4 immortals. Oof. And 1 immortal goes down to 3. 3 immortals left, 2 immortals remaining. And GG, well played. And Serral, he will take game number 1. He'll take a lead for his team. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Serral, he will take game number 1. Again, Serral, he was able to scout, and he was being fed some false information, but he played it safe anyway, getting a safety roach horn, and more importantly, he went for the rescout. He confirmed, hold up, the Stargate was missing. The Stargate was missing. The Stargate was cancelled. So he was able to confirm that it was a more aggressive build, and he was able to get ready back at home. He couldn't really wall up and wall off his natural, but he had plenty of lings, plenty of roaches, more importantly, plenty to work with back at home. He did end up losing his base, that is true, but he killed 12 adepts. He killed 12 adepts for it, and an Archon as well, so he was able to trade well enough, and in the end, GG. Jimmy just wasn't able to cripple him hard enough with a said build, with said timing. And Serral takes a lead. Does take a lead, and now we're getting ready for game number 2. Up next, who does rise to the challenge here? It is going to be Trigger. Trigger is going to be representing Basilisk, and he will be facing off against none other than another Protoss. I would say the ace player for Streamer Zone. This is the best chance. This is the best chance for Streamer Zone to bounce back in this series. It's going to be a PvP between Trigger and Nightmare. Let's go. Let us go. So we're getting into our next game, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Dream and Scars, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Nightmare. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Protoss player representing Basilisk from Atlantic Canada. It is a Trigger. We go. So get into game number 2, and welcome one all to Dream and Scars. This is a quote-unquote 4-player map. Basically, you can either spawn into this spawn location, or you can actually spawn in bottom left and top right instead. So you have different spawn locations available to you, but it's always cross spawn. Like, it's always diagonal spawn, I should say. Regardless of spawn location. Depending on where you spawn in, the map does change, the map does morph. Here we have a pocket natural. We have a pocket natural base available to both Trigger and Nightmare. When it comes to the third base option, it is a little more open, a little more exposed. You can see here it's accessible from the right, accessible from the left, and the area outside of the natural base, straight outside the natural, outside the main, is also open as well. So taking your third base and taking your fourth base, I would say, is more difficult on this spawn location. Basically, the way that they phrase it is you have Dream spawn and you have Scar spawn instead. Here I'd say I think it's Scar spawn, as opposed to the more secure other base location, I would argue. Unfortunately, even though I rated, I want to say that I gave this map some decent rating. I think I gave it a 3, maybe a 4, at least a 3. I gave this map at least 3, and unfortunately didn't quite make it through the voting process from the filtering process. Did not make it into the top 16. So unfortunately this was not an option to vote on for the TLMC 21. So a bit of a feels bad, man. Personally, I would say that this map was better than some of the maps that made it into the top 16. So it is unfortunate. This map didn't get a chance to make it through. Smurge, man, smurge. Meanwhile, Stargate. Okay, so we did have an economic opener here at a Trigger, opening up Stargate, faster Nexus. Likewise, Nightmare going for something similar, also a more economic start. But the tech of choice has yet to be committed into here for Nightmare. We'll see where he goes, we'll see where he leads us. If he goes into extra gateways, Twilight Council, even a proxy. Where are we headed? There we go, Twilight Council in the main. Does so far fully wall off on 2 bases. Oracle production has begun. Nightmare, he was able to confirm the Stargate. Nightmare is aware. Nightmare, he does know. And pokes back in. Confirms it is, of course, the Oracle. Confirm. As Trigger's moving out, but Nightmare, he should be ready for this. He's got 2 Stalkers here at the natural at the same time in the main base. I keep saying natural. In the main base, we have 2 Stalkers in position. At the natural, shield battery is done, so this Oracle shouldn't achieve too much damage here. It gets maybe 1. Yeah, 1 probe goes down. Ooh, it doesn't get 2. And is forced out. So far, clean defense here from Nightmare. Just losing 1 probe. Oh, did I speak too soon? Too soon? Oh. Oracle dips in, denies some mining, but does not get a worker. Will sustain a bit of hull damage. Behind this, we do have extra gateways on the way, and Trigger is expanding, taking his 3rd. For the time being, we're keeping an eye open for the gateway count. We do have a 3-gate setup here, sorry, a 4-gate setup out of Nightmare, so going into 4-gate Blink Stalker. Meanwhile, Trigger, he is stuck with 2 gateways, getting a 3rd one himself. He's slowly behind when it comes to production, has a faster expansion, but another reason for this is because of the initial Stargate. So Trigger, he is a little bit behind when it comes to his tech, when it comes to his Stalker production, and Nightmare is doubling down, getting up to 6 gateways. So he's building up to 6 gates. Claiming his own third, so he's not going for an all-in. High gate count nonetheless. Oh. Crew's known away. Likewise, Nightmare setting up the proxy. How many gates does he have? I believe it's 6, right? Getting up to 7, so 7 gates set up here out of Nightmare. He can soon move out across the map, and he's going to have a lot of Stalkers to work with. Trigger, he did spot the proxy. Nightmare's on the way. And Nightmare, he does have the Stalker lead. Trigger, he's in danger. Oh, very nice. Stasis goes off. Nightmare doesn't notice. Trigger, now he can dive on this army. He can even blink forward. There we go. Let's go. Blinks in. Blinks on the army. Stalker's going to be going down. A very nice fight here for Trigger, all things considered. But is it enough? Here come reinforcements. Trigger, he keeps on chasing. Where the reinforcements, Stasis runs out. With the Stasis wrap running out, Trigger, he can no longer fight. Yeah, he has to get out of here, force a recall. But again, this is the best that Trigger could hope for. As Trigger, he did trade out, and he had a more efficient trade. Lost 7 Stalkers, killed 9. Despite that, Nightmare still has the advantage. Still has more Stalkers. Behind us, we have 3 shield batteries. We got 3 batteries. We got the Immortal. Trigger, he's holding. Ideally, he wants to bait the army to blink in. Can he bait the army? Oracle does go down, the Immortal pulls away. The Immortal is very low. One more volley will be enough. And now we're up to 2 Immortals, okay. Yeah, second Immortal has arrived, and Nightmare, it looks like he's missed his window. He has missed his timing. Nightmare, he did cut workers to make this happen. Trigger still setting up, throwing down more shield batteries. Oh, the shield batteries. Okay, he's holding on. Oh. Catching up with the Adepts. Adepts are cleaned up. And Trigger, over time, he's getting further ahead. Here, he's just building up a greater army. He's maintaining the Immortals. Even the first one never went down. Charge is on the way. Forge and +1 is on the way. Nightmare behind this, I believe he never got a Forge. Yeah, no Forge. No Forge in sight. Nightmare, who was hoping to end the game. Ooh, nice backstab. Trigger, he moves out. As he moves out, Nightmare moves in. Oh, not quite. Send it back. Get in there. Does it the natural, and we go for the base trade. Yeah, we are. Let's go. We have the defensive warp in, and Trigger, he commits across the map. He's going for the natural. There are some charges to defend, though. It's a lot of zealots. Nice blink control. And Trigger blinks away. Hasn't lost a Stalker yet. We'll lose 1. 1 Stalker goes down. The Immortals are exposed. A bit of miscontrol with the Warp Prism. Does not save that first Immortal. And back at home, Trigger, he's defending. Trigger with the Warpins. He barely had enough. Okay. Trigger, he held on. Oh, we'll lose the Warp Prism. And Trigger's being overwhelmed. The Zealots take it on top of the Immortals. And Nightmare, he will take the fight. Cleans up all the Immortals, zones away the Stalkers. These charges, they just add so much more complexity to the army. They're so efficient against Mass Stalker. With that, Nightmare, he holds. He holds, he defends, he resets the Immortal army. Trigger on the chase. And as time goes on, Trigger, he now has +1. +1 is finishing up in a couple of seconds. We're rebuilding those immortals. I still want to give the edge to Trigger, but Nightmare, he's hanging there. He's hanging in there. +2 begins for Trigger. Nightmare still on 0-0. Still with 0 upgrades. Mirror Trigger, he can't fight head on, there are just too many zealots. He's got some of his own. Okay. Does tank. Tanks nicely. Nightmare the first to expand, getting a 4th base up and running. Trigger, he has yet to do so. Oh, there's like a little... he has to wait for the sheep to move. Or the ram. Ah. So late 4th base here by Trigger, but a very nice run by Nightmare. Oh no! Oh. Yeah, runs into the army. Still doesn't lose too much at least. Gets 9 probes. Nicely done. Trigger gets 9 workers. The main army does move in. Again, Trigger, does he have enough? He's doing more Stalkers. He has almost equivalent Zealot counts. The Archons are out of position. Trigger initially with a better fight. Has to move further in. Some of his army just not quite attacking. Now getting on top of the Archons. Okay, nice control. Nightmare hiding back. Saves the Archons. And with good enough control, Nightmare can maybe hold on, but we just keep reinforcing. Yeah, more Zealots are trickling in, and Trigger, he will break through. He will break the expansion, and from here he will just break Nightmare. The final Archon falls. And again, as we mentioned, Nightmare, you can argue, I would argue that Nightmare is the ace player for streamers, and he had to fight back here. And now GG gets called, and Trigger, he will extend the lead for Basilisk 2-0. GG. Whew, GG, well played. I mean, again, Nightmare, he had momentum, he had the opportunity, he was hyper aggressive on his initial 7 gateways. He went for a proxy 7th gateway, went across the map, but he barely couldn't break the 3rd base of Trigger. Remember, by the time that Nightmare pushed, Trigger, he had 3 shield batteries. He had 3 shield batteries, and he had an immortal. I should say that it wasn't when he pushed, it was actually the time that Trigger bought. If you remember, Trigger, he was able to pop off with a massive stasis. Stasis trap went off in the center of the map, and if you remember, Trigger, he actually fought the army ahead of time, blinked aggressively into Nightmare to trade and to buy as much time as possible to allow for the shield batteries to finish and to allow for the first immortal to arrive as well. So it was a really crucial stasis trap, a really crucial engage that Trigger was able to take ahead of time, which allowed him to defend his 3rd base, to survive, and then to slowly outscale his opponent. Remember, Nightmare, he never got a Forge. He never got a Forge, never got any upgrades. He never planned on, because he never intended for the game to last that long. GG. GG, well played. Nightmare's aggression fails, and with that, Basilisk, they are looking very secure here so far in this initial match. And I'm getting more and more concerned for Streamer Zone. Up next, you know what time it is? It's 2v2 time. It's time for the 2v2s, baby. Let's go, let's go. As we are getting things ready here, we do have our duo setting up. It is going to be Serral and a Trigger going up against Nightmare and SOS. Oh boy. Now, I mentioned this before, the Basilisk boys, specifically Serral and Trigger, they have a lot of experience in 2v2. We've casted many of their matches, but they wouldn't really play together. If you remember, funnily enough, they wouldn't really have a Basilisk team. Trigger would often play with Clem. Trigger and Clem, they'd play very often together. They were the duo, and you can definitely make an argument that Trigger and Clem are the 2nd best 2v2 team in the world. Meanwhile, Serral, who would he play with? Serral, he'd play with Zhugelang. Zhugelang, the other Finnish Zerg player, so a fellow Finnish Zerg, and he'd often play either a double Zerg, or Serral would off-race as Protoss. True, he would often off-race as Protoss as well, and he was actually looking quite good and quite powerful with his Protoss. Here, with Trigger, he doesn't have to off-race. Mirrored kind of teams are typically not ideal. They don't really complement each other too well, referring to double Zerg or double Protoss. So here Serral will most likely stick with his main race, but again, Serral and Trigger have a lot more experience in 2v2, Nightmare and SOS less so. For whatever reason, the Koreans never really got into it. I mean, partly because of the time zone, right? The time zones and the start times for Euthermal's tournaments were really rough, really late. I think the only 2v2 teams that we ever got was Bjorn and Percival. I think they played together as duo Terrans, and Ryung and Gumiho. They also played as double Terrans as well. So I think those were the only Koreans that ever competed in the 2v2 circuit outside of like Honmono, I guess like Honmono and I think he played with 3 points. No, Honmono he played like a couple of times here and there as well. So we'll see how Nightmare and SOS do as we are jumping into our next game. And again, the pressure is on. If we want to go to the ace match, then Nightmare and SOS, they got to ramp it up. They got to turn it on here and now in the 2v2 format. Let's go. Let us go. We're spawning in the top left-hand corner of Gem Garden, one of the new TLMC maps. We have our Basilisk duo. We have the red Zerg player from land of Finland. We have Serral. We have Trigger. Together, we have Basilisk. That's not streamers, eh? And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have their opponents. We have the double Protoss duo. We have Nightmare. We have SOS. We have Streamer Zone. Yeah, the fanfare is a little bit broken for 2v2, but it's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. So I'll set up the Serral, Trigger, Nightmare. I do this. Beautiful. Sorry, I was just setting up the title. But here we go. We're getting into our next setup here. We're getting into our 2v2s. First things first, we do welcome to Gem Garden. Fun fact, because this is one of the new TLMC maps, if I didn't make that clear, this map is not a part of the ladder. This is one of the new maps that's going to be added to the 2v2 ladder instead. And I'm very unfamiliar. I'm very unfamiliar with this map. We do have the double pylon block. Okay, Esther Trigger being cheeky. Throws down a pylon at both expansion locations, delaying quite heavily here. As oh, we're trying to wall up on the top side. A little bit, yeah, it shows the inexperience. Ooh, shows a bit of an experience here. So I mean, kind of, we're fully walling off here this ramp. The ramp leads into rocks and leads into mineral patches. Not the most accessible area, but you could definitely argue, I mean, nah, it's too soon. I mean, again, it takes 7 minutes. It takes 7 minutes for these streamers to expire. So regardless of what we're setting up, maybe just a little bit too distracted from getting ready here for the initial expand and making the initial gateway unit. So yeah, fully walling off. Big delay on the expansions. Serral as a result can freely expand. A Trigger should be able to do so as well. We have a take of choice. We do see SOS going for a Stargate opener. Yo, the cyber block. Cyber block out of Trigger again, just keeping both opponents on one base. And again, behind this, Trigger should soon be expanding as well. Serral even just rushing into a third. Okay. Serral pulls out of gas, takes a faster third base. Serral is looking very comfortable. So a couple of things are happening here. Trigger, he's sacrificing his own economy. Like Trigger, he himself is slowing down a little bit as he still has no expansion, but he's bringing down his opponents with him, right? He's containing both opponents, both Nightmare and SOS, with 2 more cyber block. Another cyber core gets thrown down. And again, it's a big delay. And Trigger, he's like sacrificing himself so that Serral is as comfortable as possible. Serral, he's getting like the like VIP treatment right now. It's one of those things where in a duo like this, you can have one player that focuses on aggression and they pay the price for it, and the other player is just hyper greedy behind it. So Trigger's like, hey, you know what, Pappy, just drone up, Pappy, I got you. I'll take care of you. So Serral, he's freely droning up, he's freely saturating, getting some spores. We do see a Dark Shrine for Nightmare. Interesting. Again, SOS did open up Stargate. It did open up, actually, second Stargate, Mass Phoenix. Okay. Mass Phoenix out of SOS. Now, I believe that this is going to be played on the vanilla base game of 2v2 instead of the modded version that was played during Euthermal Circuit. Now, what does that mean? If you remember, in Euthermal Circuit, they did extend the time that you could... They extended the time that you couldn't trade resources with your opponent for balancing purposes. They found that in 2v2, it was very, very meta to feed a Protoss player a lot of resources for them to get into triple Stargate Mass Phoenix production, and it was a little bit imbalanced. Like Mass Phoenix in 2v2, like it was brutal. So in the end, they did make the decision to create a mod to be able to increase the time it takes for players to finally start trading resources to allow for something like that to happen. I believe this is going to be in the base game, so that is available here. If we so chose to, Nightmare can start feeding SOS. If they so chose to. Meanwhile, DTs are moving out. Going to be fanning out across the map. Both players finally do expand. And yeah, detections in position. DTs, they do get past the Ducklings though. Yeah, they do barely slip past. That should not have happened. A bit of miscontrol there by Serral, as he was unable to hold position. Oh, and probes are going down. And again, this should not have happened. Zero detection. Oh, thank God. One DT goes down. Shout out to the MVP Spore. Shout out to Serral for repositioning in time. So this could have been so much worse, but I mean, damage is still being done. Yeah, Trigger's being bullied here. But once again, that's what's important. It's Trigger that's taking damage. It's Trigger that's being bullied. It's Serral that is left untouched and still on a healthy tree-based economy. I mean, it happens in 2v2, right? Where one player gets targeted more than the other. It's like Trigger is Serral's tank. He's like, I'll take it for you. True. As SOS does hit the gas geysers here of Serral. Okay, gets 3 drones. 3 drones do go down. We do see a Nightmare reinforcing with now Mass Stalker. So we have Blink Stalker out of Nightmare and Mass Phoenix out of SOS. Yeah, proxy pylons on the way. We're gonna commit. Yeah, we're committing here on 2 bases. SOS does expand, does get a 3rd, but Nightmare is gonna be able to reinforce across the map. Once again, more probes gonna be going down. And brutal damage. Now the question becomes, Serral, can he do this on his own, or can he support Trigger? Ling Hydra's on the way for Serral. Still in production. Ooh, stasis goes off. Brutal stasis. Let's try to lay the army. Hydra's slowly amassing. It's still going to be a tough hold. Spore does move forward. They're trying to make a stand. Stasis trap runs out. Gets a Stalker. So far, that's 3 Stalkers going down. Serral's 4th base is up, just for Larva. Focusing Ling Hydra. We have the Hive on the way as well, so tech-wise, Serral's being a little bit greedy here. Getting into Hive, but looks like they're defended. Okay. Serral and Trigger, they have held on. You can see that Serral, he had to kill that tumor because I believe Trigger plans on expanding here. For those that are unaware, in 2v2, if your partner is Zerg, you cannot actually build on that creep. You cannot build on the creep. That is the case in co-op. So if you play co-op... Oh, also, my apologies, I should I was so engrossed that I forgot to fix up the scoreline. 4th base goes down, nice pickup. But in co-op, you can build on creep. In 2v2 and in team games in general, you cannot. Unless you're a Zerg yourself, of course. So that's why Serral killed his own tumor, because it looks like Trigger does plan on expanding here. Oh, never mind. Trigger, he opens up the top side. Okay. So a little bit of miscommunication. Oh, nice catch. Oh, late reactions here by SOS. He loses almost every single Phoenix. Ay, ay, ay. That was brutal. This is not quite working. Never mind. Looks like the battle report does not work in 2v2. That was what, like 5-6 Phoenixes getting caught out. Here comes Serral again. You can see Serral, he's at 160 supply. And this is all because Trigger has been the punching bag, right? It's been the tank. Trap goes up, Colossus have arrived. Is that going to be enough though? Disruptor as well. Yeah, they can't move in. They cannot push into this. And right now, so I say do hold. I mean, this is a brutal choke point, a brutal ramp. Pushing up, it is going to be so difficult. And Basilisk, they pull away. Do pull away. Streamer zone, they're able to both expand. Third base is getting up and running. Jesus, now we build up to 4 Colossus. Without Vipers, we don't have to worry about it. We have Vipers. I was going to say, without Vipers, I mean, it's going to be so difficult to break this, but there we go. 2 abductions, nice yoinks. Blinks in. Nova does not connect. And Nova's a crazy army. Another abduction. Gets the 3rd Colossus. There's 1 Colossus remaining. And the 3rd Colossus, the final Colossus, is barely going to go down. And with that, Basilisk is snowballing out of control. They're chasing him down. Nightmare, he has to pull out. He has to get out of here. Pulls out, pulls away. Diving on the final Colossi. And with that, Serral and Trigger, they've done it. They have done it. They break the main army. Colossus count was reset. Serral, he does rotate over towards the right-hand side, going for the 3rd bases. Just ensuring they have no economy. And again, Serral, he was so comfortable this game. GG gets called, and with that, Serral, Trigger, Basilisk, they will claim the series 3-0. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, this is one of those games where afterwards, Serral, he's like, oh, that was great, that was easy. And then you pan over to Trigger, and he's like battered and bruised. He's got like scratches on his face. He's like, yeah, that was great. As again, Trigger, he was taking his own beating as well, but as we mentioned, like, he was also kind of keeping and bringing Nightmare and SOS down to his level as well, while Serral was being left alone. While he was being left alone, while he was building up into Hive Tech, into Ling, Hydra, Lurker, Viper. He was able to reach his final form. We did see that both SOS and Nightmare, they tried to end it early. Their goal there was, of course, to push on 2 bases and to break early on, but alas, we saw that Serral and Trigger, they were able to barely hold on themselves. Shattered the stasis traps, that were also actually helping, just to wall up and just to buy some time, buy enough time for more Hydras for that defense to be successful to pop off. GG. GG, well played with that. Congratulations, Basilisk, they will claim the series, but as I mentioned before, they will claim the series, but we will still play out that final game. It is still going to be played out. And that is going to be a best of one between who? Between Raynor and Geralt. There's a little bit less on the line here, but it's still for seeding purposes and still for overall score lines. So there's still 1 best of 1 remaining. Let's go. And again, it was going to be difficult for any team to go up against Basilisk. They are one of the stronger teams out there. And here we go. We're getting into our next game. We're getting into the next game here in Spawning. The final game of this series, actually, in Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of the Old Republic. We have the Italian Zerg player. We have the red Zerg representing Basilisk. It is Raynor. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, here of the Old Republic, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Geralt. Go. Because we're getting into our next game, into that final best of 1. For now, welcome to the Old Republic. Again, this should be a familiar map too. We have been featuring this map a couple of times, especially in PvTs. Once again, though, we have not actually seen a Zerg player on the Old Republic, so happy to see Raynor taking part and taking place on this map. For those of you curious, this is one of the larger maps in the map pool. Very large map, long rush distance by ground. The 3-base setup is very secure. The 4th base is a lot more exposed. Whether it's the low ground 4th base or the base on the right hand side, it's a lot further away, a lot of angles of attack, very wide, very open, very accessible, and I would say that it is difficult for a Protoss player to turtle on 4 bases on this map. So I do favor Raynor coming into this, but we'll see how Geralt will adjust his approach. Again, your 3-base setup here is pretty secure. It's the 4th base that's going to be the big issue. For now, gate expands. Gate expand out of Geralt. Go as we are going to be setting up. We do see Raynor again forcing the unnatural natural here at the triangular 3rd location. We'll see if Geralt can try to punish this in some way. The pylon gets thrown down and is in position for a Stargate. Typically, if you want to hide some tech, this pylon will be thrown down further back behind the base or further back towards the right hand side. Because it's close to the edge, more indicative here that we're not really concerned with hiding the tech. So Stargate has been thrown down, opening up Oracle into a 3rd base. So standard play out of Geralt. Go. Serral 10-minute no rush. I mean, again, he was able to get away with it. Looking very comfortable in the last game. Poking in. But also shouts to Trigger because again he was able to disrupt and really throw a wrench in the works in the builds for both Nightmare and SOS. Again, they were stuck on 1 base for so long. This feels crazy. I'm sure that also impacted the strength of their 2-base play. What is this, some sort of teams tournament with 2v2-1v1? Yes, this is an invitational. This is a team league invitational. This is Basilisk versus Streamer Zone. Basilisk versus Streamer Zone. Basilisk, they've already won the series. They've already won the series overall because it's a best of 5. But this final game will still be played out regardless. Which I do appreciate. Here we do have the defensive shield battery. We do have our Adept setting up back at home. Geralt will actually keep his oracles at home as well. So it's going to be delayed harassment here. Raynor has more time to get comfortable. We do have the Forge Twilight Council follow-up. Looking normal, looking like +1 and Blink. It's a team best of 5 including 1 2v2. Yes, yes. If you weren't here for the beginning of the broadcast, as we were trying to emphasize, this is Pro League format. Pro League format, not all kill and not WTL. So what that means is that ahead of time, lineups are revealed. Players that have some time to prepare as well for the matches. They do have some time to prepare, and one of those matches is a 2v2 match, just like old school Pro League. I think that's why people want to see the bracket. Well, I mean, we showed the initial matches earlier, but we'll be showing them off afterwards. After now, Lings are going to be deflected. Again, Geralt, he's being very defensive. Unfortunately, this means that Raynor, he's free to drone up quite heavily here. Getting to 3-base saturation, getting his 4th base, expanding towards Geralt makes sense to spread more creep faster across the map. We have the earlier Eva chamber here. That's after the Roach Warren, so safe play at a Raynor. He was a little bit concerned about what Geralt was up to, so he'll play it safe. Later on, they're going to be best of 9s and best of 13s. Sure, that's nothing that we have to be concerned with here. And yeah, that doesn't. Not something we need to be concerned about. Oh, okay, Rainer. You have my attention. Now, because it's a later Evo Chamber, I assumed it was going to be +1 range into Hydras. We are being cheeky, +1 melee, only a safety Roach Horn, and we're going into Muta play. Okay, Esther, Rainer, let's go. Let us go. 2v2 counts as 2 matches? No, counts as 1. Counts as 1. Wouldn't make sense for it to ever count as 2. Yeah, so from here, Geralt, he's taking up in towards Skytos. Fleet Beacon is on the way. Getting to a Fleet Beacon, rushing into Skytos. And Rainer, I believe his mutas have hit the field. Now, the scary thing here is that Geralt, he has done nothing across the map. He has scouted. Like, that's it. Like, he's like barely dipped his toes in. He is in the dark. Mutas are about to hit the field. We do have a cannon at the natural at least, but nothing set up in the main, nothing set up at the third. And we'll see how much damage we can get done. Going straight for the cannon, actually. Okay. Bold move by Rainer. Takes down the cannon. Going for the Stalkers. Rainer just going for the head-on trade here. And he will, yeah, not be able to break through. Gets a couple of Stalkers, but these are expensive trades for Rainer. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, they are expensive trades. Behind this, he's not doubling down. He is going for a switch from Muta into Ling Hydra, but I don't think the Mutas were quite worth it here. Looking at the trades, that was 7 Mutas for 4 Stalkers and for 5 probes. Like, mutas, they're quite expensive here. And here comes the actual army for Rainer going for the 4th. Now, we discussed this earlier. The 4th base is very open. It's very open. It's very accessible. And Rainer, I mean, with that, I don't know if Geralt can really hold against this. He's trying to fully wall up. Storm is ready. We'll see if Storm's going to be enough to save the 4th. Storm does crazy army, second Storm as well. Nice spread here by Rainer. Breaks through the main army, no more Storms. Yeah, no more High Templar. And with that, he's pushing in towards the Mineral Lines. There are some Stalkers left over, but Ling Hydra's ideal against Stalker. They crash in. They shut down the Zealots. And with that, there's no saving the 4th. Yeah, there's no saving the 4th base. Oh, I say that we're running out of Hydras. Okay. Reinforcements are on the way. Yeah, we're barely running out of Hydras, but now here come the Lings. And Rainer can keep pushing. At the same time, we do have mutas here at the 5th. 24 probes going to be going down. Critical damage. And as you mentioned, like, this is the big issue here with the Old Republic, is how open this 4th base expansion is, how difficult it is to defend. I've yet to see a successful defense in the 4th. I'll be honest. I've yet to see 30 probe kills. 30 workers go down. I mean, Geralt, he's surviving. He's trying at least. He's holding on. 5th base goes down. That was a kill. Carriers have arrived. And Rainer, he does step underset carrier. Ooh, no detection though. Okay. No detection. Going for the mothership. Ooh, the carrier barely goes down. Mothership as well. And Rainer, he has done it. And we are initially starting with a very strong performance here by Basilisk with a clean sweep as Geralt, he has no army remaining. Pulls away the probes. Oh, we got some cannons, we got some shield batteries, we got a warp in, we got We got some hopium back. Some hopium. Let's go. And with NG overcharge, looks like there was one storm, so it'll be two. So we're down to 2 storms. It's the first one. We have one more that's almost ready. Poquito más. The Banes, they crash in. They do crash in. They head for the mineral line. Don't quite make it through. But at this point, Raynor, he can just A-move. GG gets pulled, and Raynor, he will take the series, and he will close it out for his team. 4-0. GG. GG. Whew. GG, well played. With that, a very, very strong showing here by Basilisk. As I mentioned before in the lead up to this, Nightmare had the best chance, the best opportunity to be able to start a comeback. But alas, he wasn't quite able to pull that off. Winding it back here, let's head on over to the overall scores to see how the overall series did pan out. Now, I think some people were asking in the chat as to the overall bracket. As you can see here, Basilisk, they take the series 4-0 over Streamer Zone. It all began with Serral. Serral was able to take down Jumi on Mothership. Jumi did attempt a 2-base all-in, and Serral was playing it safe. He did confirm the all-in, and Serral shut it down. We then had Trigger versus Nightmare. That was an intense PvP on Dream and Scars. And we did have Nightmare going for his own aggressive build. He went for a 7-gate setup on 3 bases, but he got hit by a stasis trap. His main army got caught by the stasis. He was forsaken in just a really rough fight in the center of the map, and Trigger bought enough time for his shield batteries and for his immortals. Trigger held on. Then we had the 2v2. The 2v2 was a lot of fun. We had Trigger kind of hurting himself, kind of doing what he could to slow down the opposing team, while Serral had a very comfortable time in that 2v2. So he was very comfortable, I should say, and Serral was able to just snowball out of control and break through the defensive line of SOS and Nightmare. Very clutch timing with the Vipers, and then of course it ended with Raynor and Geralt on the Old Republic. Geralt attempting to be hyper defensive on the Old Republic, but as we mentioned on this map, the 4th base locations are very open, they're very exposed. It is very difficult to turtle on 4 bases on the Old Republic, and Raynor did show that off once again. Again, we've seen many a player attempt and struggle to turtle on the Old Republic. GG. GG, well played. With that clean sweep, 4-0 for Basilisk. GG. Just catching up in the chat. But yes, for those that are unaware, this is an invitational. This is a big invitational that Chijik has sponsored, that is being run by Crank. This is a replay cast, bearing in mind that these events did occur less than 24 hours ago. This cannot be streamed live on Twitch. That is of course a prerequisite from the sponsor. It can only be streamed live on Chijik instead. So we are covering this via replays 20 hours after the fact, if not 18 hours. But GG well played. Basilisk, they do claim the series, but this is not the only match in the preliminary stage. Bearing in mind, this was a 6-team invitational. Basilisk, Streamer Zone, Team Liquid, Shopify, Team Vitality, and Team Falcons. 6 teams were invited to play in this tournament, and in the initial stage, the preliminary stage, this is a seeding match. The winners, Basilisk in this case, they advance on to the playoffs. They advance on straight into the playoffs. The loser, Streamer Zone, they get knocked down to the group stage. So Streamer Zone, they'll have another chance tomorrow to face off in said group stage, to have a chance to make it into the playoffs. So best of luck to Streamer Zone as they get knocked down to the group stage. Basilisk, they get a day off. They get a day off as this is a week-long event. A lot of StarCraft, a lot of Team League. Let's go. Let us go. Up next, we do have our next set of teams. It is going to be Team Liquid versus Shopify Rebellion. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Bam. As you can see here, we have our lineups. Up next is going to be Team Liquid versus Shopify. It's going to be Clem versus Lambo in a TVZ. We have Cure versus Bjorn in a TVT. We have Cure and Skillus joining forces. I'm a little bit surprised that Cure is going to be teaming up with Skillus and not Clem. Clem, he is one of the best 2v2 players in the world. So for Clem not to join Nikita, that's kind of weird. I'll be honest. I have a little bit less faith in Cure, just because Cure has less experience in 2v2. But maybe Clem isn't available, right? Maybe he's not available. Maybe he doesn't have the entire night free. I would have to assume that's the case, because I feel like why would you not use Clem in 2v2 when he is literally one of the best 2v2 players in the world? But we do have that 2v2 matchup that's going to be up against Harambo, Harstem and Lambo facing off in that 2v2, and then we have Skillus versus Harstem in the 4th match. Oh boy. For now, we're going to be going on a very short break. When we come back, we will have that best of 5. We'll have Team Liquid versus Shopify. See you soon after the break. See you soon. Bye. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the second series of the broadcast. Welcome back to the CranKy Season 2 preliminary stage. Let's go. Welcome back. A big shout out to Babylings. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. Hope you had a great time. And bienvenidos. Welcome one and all, as we are jumping into our second series. We just wrapped up with Basilisk versus Streamer Zone, and Basilisk had a very dominant performance. They were able to win their series 4-0 without dropping a single map. And now we are jumping into our second series into Team Liquid versus Shopify. For those that are maybe tuning in for the first time, this is a team invitational tournament. This is going to be a team league format, or this is going to be, I should say, pro league format with these best of ones, team versus team. Here we have Team Liquid versus Shopify, and you can see the lineups before you. We have Clem versus Lambo, Cure versus Björn, and we have a 2v2 portion with Cure and Skillus up against Harstem and Lambo, and then we end the series with Skillus versus Harstem. If there's an ace match, that will be played on 10,000 feet, as that's going to be that fifth game. Otherwise, we are jumping into our first best of one. Here we go. Clem and Lambo, they're going to be facing off on Mothership. Vamonos, papi. Vamonos. As we have seen, we haven't really seen many Zerg matches on Mothership, so once again, happy to feature some more as Lambo steps into the ring. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Mothership, or bottom side of Mothership, we have the blue Zerg player, the blue Zerg player himself, representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Lambo. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the French Terran player. We have the red Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. And also a big shout out to Selensvard in the chat. God, thank you so much. Thank you so much for subscribing for 6 months with Twitch Prime. Thank you. Thank you so much for the support. We do appreciate it. We appreciate it. As always, happy as always. And welcome to Mothership. Mothership is a 3-player spawn map. This is, of course, one of the many TLMC 21 maps in this tournament map pool. It's a very large map, 3 possible spawn locations, and we often do see longer and later games on this map. But what I will say is that Clem, of course, has the option to be more aggressive and more assertive. We'll see how our players do adjust, and I'm really excited to see Lambo. I personally have not casted much of Lambo at all in this patch, except for his series against Max. He did have a semifinals match last week in the Water TV Monday against Max, where he had a decent showing, but now we get to feature him against a Terran player instead. Of course, in the latest patch, we've had the buff to the Baneling, we've had the HP buff, we also had Spire play be a little bit more accessible. We have seen some players attempt to play Muta. I want to say attempt because we've yet to see players succeed with Muta play in TVZ. It has been a bit of a mixed bag, and yeah, we'll see how Lambo will approach this. For now, Overlord Scout towards the left, second Overlord, of course, towards the top right. Lambo, he's looking for his opponent's spawn location. Clem likewise going for the SCV Scout top right, so it'll be a bit of a later scout for Clem, but if he can split the Overlord, then he will be aware of Lambo's location. So Overlord is dipping in. Also, for those that are just tuning in for the first time, this is a replay cast. These matches did occur less than 24 hours ago, but they were not streamed on Twitch, so we are here casting it on Twitch for the first time. I believe Wardy is going to be having his own replay cast at some point, maybe later tonight or tomorrow. But he'll be catching up with these matches later. For now, Lambo does claim his third. Lambo, of course, was able to find the location of Clem. Reaper dips in, and Lambo should be in position. Shouldn't take any losses here, as the initial dance has begun. And threatening the main. Going to be zoned away. And behind this, Clem going for a third CC before Starport. It is not uncommon to see Clem going for 1-1-1s. Again, he can be a very aggressive and very assertive player, but not this time. Not here. Not against Lambo. As Clem is going to be zoned away. Likewise, oh, hello, that's going to be a third CC into a second rank. So 3 CC, 2-on-1 of our Terran. We're going for an earlier stim timing. Interesting. That means a delayed Hellion, or I should say, we're going to be investing a little bit less into Hellions, more into Marines, into that earlier stim, into a more bio-heavy composition earlier on. Okay. And we'll see if Lambo can recognize what's going on and respond in time. Let's see if he can keep up. Clem pulls away. Now with this build, you still do make a wave of Hellions. We do have 2 Hellions moving out, but only 2. Behind this, we go for the add-on swap into Reactor Marine production, so very light on Hellions. This is one of the downsides of this build that Clem is going for, is that because there are less Hellions, he has less to really threaten the mineral lines and less to threaten the creep spread as well. So the droning and the creep should be a little bit better here from Lambo, as there's less to stop him. At least until Stim and the Bio Army comes online. Our Lamb is keeping up. The initial 3-base setup here is relatively secure in this map. Of course, there are rocks that will have to be dealt with, otherwise they can be used against the defending player. Just to open up the map a little bit further. Lambo going lair first. And Lambo, he has yet to really get eyes on what's going on. Link Scout into that, will confirm no more Hellions. Yeah, sees Master Marine. He confirms both Raxes, he knows. So Lambo, he's aware. Aware, taking extra gases behind this. A little bit surprised to see no tech yet, whether it's either Chamber for +1 Carapace or there we go, Bailey Nest is now being thrown down. getting into Lingbane. And Clem, he'll soon push. Stim is finishing up, and Medivacs are on the way. This is the purpose of this build, of course, is to get a faster third base into this double Medivac Stim timing. Clem does move out. Does find the initial Overlord. Lambo back at home, he's massing up his links, he's getting ready for the defense. And I was curious, because there was no Eva Chamber in my mind, I was like, are we going to Muta play? Bold move against a 360 2-1-1. I will say that. He's going into Mutas. Okay, let's go. Este Lambo. The downside, of course, is delayed upgrades, delayed Eva Chambers, delayed 1-1. So the Lingbane is going to be a little bit worse in favor of Muta play. Medivacs are low. And one of the Medivacs is very low here. Clem, he is denied. So far, so good. Lambo is holding. He's holding. He's defending. The Spire is halfway done. These Marines will be moved in. Gearing up creep. Spire is complete, and Lambo, he has to be careful. He has banking up a lot of resources here. Muta production is beginning. And again, so far he's defended well. Like these Marines, they haven't really achieved much damage at all. Likewise, haven't scattered either. Clem, he hasn't seen the natural, he hasn't seen the timing of the Eva Chambers. Clem is in the dark. Back at home, I mean, he doesn't really have anything in position. Mutas are on the way. Clem is going for another double drop. Clearing up creep. Oh! Clem, he does react in time, does pull away. Pushing on the right hand side, and the Mutas are on the way. Just now popping out. Gonna be 11 Mutas in total. And they can pounce on the Medivacs. Ooh. Nice target firing. One Muta goes down. But I believe the Medivacs say should be forfeits. Ooh, one falls. The other is turned away, so nice cleanup here out of Lambo. Clem is now aware, switching into Widow Mines. Drilling Claws is on the way, and turret's back at home. I was going to say that Lambo has a choice to make, either shut down the drops or go across the map for economic damage. Oh no! Rallies the Queens in. 2 Queens go down. Don't like this. Pulls away. What I will say is that despite shutting down the drops, the creep hasn't really been able to spread too much here for Lambo. For the most part, Clem has had control, and here comes the main push. Gonna be rallying across the map. We have Thors coming behind this. This is, of course, behind Clem's expansion, or as he expands. Expanding towards Lambo. Denying more creep. Lambo can't quite engage, not into this army. This is going to be a very nice launch pad here for Clem's army. Lambo, he's trying to keep up. Behind this is no infestation bit, not yet, no hive tech. Just maxing out on their tech Lingbane Muta. I'm still not entirely convinced. Like, this is a very fragile army for Lambo. And he hasn't been able to slow down the economy of Clem. Not yet. Lambo going for a massive counterattack. He's going for the run by. At the same time, Clem is moving in. Lambo, he has to defend with half his army. He's going for the third. Going for the bases. Clem, he responds. He turns everything back around. Okay. So far, so good. as they catch one of the tanks. Heading into the bases, and this is all just about buying time. At the same time, though, Clem, he doesn't turn around. Still pushing in. Lambert's got his army. Is in position. Shuts down the push. SCVs are going down. Very nice damage. 18 SCVs. Okay. But it will cost him all the mutas. Expensive trades. And trades are expensive. 11 mutas on the way. Shout out to the KDA charge. Let's go. And you can see as soon as Clem finishes defending, he's just rallying. He's just rallying across. Not letting Lambert breathe. Oof. Brutal mine shots. Oh my god, brutal mine connections here as the Lolling Bang goes down. And Clem, he has momentum. He has momentum, he's pushing in. Again, it was an impressive counterattack, but Lambert did lose almost every single mutant in the process. Expensive losses. Likewise, he never quite got into Hive. And Clem, he's just rallying in. He's done it. He has broken the back of Lambert. Takes out all the Lingbane. GG gets called, and Clem will snowball out of control. He will take game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Clem, he does take a lead in the series. He does take a lead for Team Liquid. GG, well played. Winding it back here, I mean, specifically on Mothership, the 4th base location there is brutal. We spoke about it earlier, but again, Clem being able to expand forward into the center of the map with that 4th location does mean that the rush distance from base to base is so short. He applies so much pressure, and Lambert, he just couldn't get that breathing room. He couldn't force him back. He couldn't force Clem back. He couldn't allow himself to actually have the time to get more bases, to tech up into Hive. He had a lot of pressure on him, and he just could not really buy said time. He had a nice counterattack. He had a nice run by. He killed 18 SCVs. That was great and all, but in the end, he lost his mutas, and Clem was still in his face, was still pushing. GG. GG, well played. Again, this does seem like a bit of a brutal map to try to go mutas just because of how little space you have between yourself and your opponent, as opposed to a larger map like, say, the Old Republic or Celestial Enclave, or some of the other larger maps in the TLMT21 map pool. GG. GG, well played. With that, Clem, he does take the first game, and now we're getting ready for our next matchup. Up next is going to be a best of 1 between Cure and Bjorn. We have our TVT. We have our TVT coming up next. Let's go. Cure versus Bjorn. As a reminder, these are all best of 1s. These are all best of 1s. Feeding into the greater best of 5. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Dream and Scars, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Cure. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the other South Korean Terran player. We have the Blue Terran for Shopify Rebellion. It is Bjorn. We go. Go. As we are setting up, as we are settling in, once again we do have the horizontal spawns here between Cure and Bjorn. Bearing in mind on this map you do have the possibility to have diagonal spawns instead with top right and bottom left, so you have opposing spawn locations available. Another once again have horizontal spawns. Here on this map, Dream and Scars, we do have a bit of an awkward we do have a pocket natural base you can freely take, but your 3rd base option and your 4th base option are a lot more exposed. You're very spread out here on Dream and Scars, and it does seem very difficult to maintain a 3 and 4 base economy here. It does seem quite difficult. As you have your base here on the left-hand side, which is very open. You can knock down these rocks. You have, of course, the northern attack path as well, so you have a lot of options to push in. Likewise, the northern base as well, also on the low ground. Does have the high-yield gas geyser, so it is very tempting to expand towards the top side. We'll see how Bjorn approaches this. For now, single gas opener. Bjorn is going for the pocket base. Likewise, so is Cure. So pocket expansions are being taken. 88 charge. Yeah. So players are expanding, we're just settling in so far. Economic openers between Cure and Bjorn. When it comes to this matchup here, honestly, it's going to be quite close. If we see like a greater series, like a best of 3, a best of 5, I lean a little bit more to Cure, but I mean, this can really go either way. We often do see these two players trade games and go back and forth. I think the one thing that going for Bjorn, I will say, is that Cure has been very inactive. We spoke about this during the podcast previously, but Cure, he has been a little more inactive post EWC. It's only in the most recent week of play that we've seen Cure sign up a little bit more in open tournaments. So it's been great to see the return of Cure, but he has taken some time off. Did take some time off post EWC. Double Reaper into the main. Decent shots go off. Getting SCVs, getting one. Ooh, getting the Reaper as well. Reaper goes down, and we're going to get 2 SCV kills. Nice damage here out of Cure, and he gets out before the Hellions arrive. Oh, is that intentional? Apparently, there's like a little alcove there. I don't think that's meant to be there, by the way, but I mean, this is unfortunately not a TLMC 21 map. Didn't quite make the cut. Feels bad, man. So it can be a little bit rough around the edges. For those that are curious, there were almost 100 maps submitted for TLMC 21, and unfortunately there were some really cool maps as well, like Dream and Scars, like there was another 4-player spawn map as well with monorails around the edges. That honestly looked really interesting and looked really cool, but unfortunately they didn't quite make it into the top 16. It is, in my opinion, that some of those maps were better than some of the actual top 16 maps that made it through, but they didn't quite make it. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. Dream of Scars being one of them, to be honest. Being one of them. Dream and Scars, I mean. For now, though, we have a faster third CC out of Cure. Going into a greater economy. Players getting into Raven production, and the pressure is going to be on Bjorn here to try to slow Cure down. The other downside is I'm sure this is probably the first time they're both playing on this map, just because this map never hit the Team Liquid map contest tournaments or our weeklies either. So there's also a bit of a learning curve to how to approach some of these maps as well. But Cure is being quite greedy. Bjorn, I believe, so far is unaware. You're all animals. You're all animals. Kappa dog ammunition. True. Kappa. As Curie does land his third base. I believe Bjorn is yet to confirm, right? Yeah, he's yet to scout. Bjorn has very limited scouting information here. He's moving out with all 3 Ravens. And he will need some economic damage here to make up for this fact. He makes his way into the main. Into the pocket base. So far, denies mining, gets a couple of SCVs. Gets 4 SCVs going down. Main army gets spotted. Bjorn going for a counter-attack, and he will, I mean, they will miss each other. The Ravens! Yeah, Ravens are getting called out. Vikings have arrived. Hellion Cyclone in towards the natural. But there's a reinforcing tank. We get a nice lock on. Yeah, very nice lock on. Tank goes down. Hellions, they bust into the mineral line, and we're going for the base trade. We're committing to the base trade here. More SCVs are being found. Curie commits across the map, and back at home, we do have the high ground. There are going to be 3 tanks waiting. Oh no, the SCVs. Yeah, the SCVs lined up. 26, 27 SCVs. Curie, we got to do something. He scans. He sees Vikings on the high ground. Yeah, can't move in. Wow, Curie turns around, he scans, he sees he cannot break this, and he's losing so much back at home. 30 SCV kills. Ay. Had a faster third, but I mean, that doesn't matter. Still 30 workers. With that, Bjorn still has the better economy, and Bjorn, he's taking a much later expansion, but it's almost done. It's almost ready. Space is almost ready. Now, there's a bit of a give and take here. On the one hand, yes, critical economic damage, which is nice and all, but Bjorn will lose all 3 Ravens. All 3 Ravens are going to be going down. And this is a pretty big loss. When it comes to the main army engagement, of course, Cure he can disable, Bjorn cannot. So Cure he has a lot of potential with this army, with those Ravens. Bjorn instead, his hope here is the higher Viking count. For Bjorn, he has 6 Vikings, and the hope here is that he can zone away the Ravens to make sure that the interference matrix isn't really applicable. Doesn't apply. Doesn't factor into the fights. As Cure, he has a larger army, but so far he can't make use of it. And Bjorn is catching up. He moves in. Gets 1 disable off. He gets 1, he gets 2. Yeah, with the disables, he can break through. He can just bust into the main base. There's 1 tank firing, just the 1. Yeah, the disables, they are good enough. Vikings land, and Cure, he's breaking in. He's breaking into the natural. As you mentioned, Bjorn, he had no counter disables. He lost all the Ravens across the map. The Vikings, they were not good enough. Ooh, and this is the other downside, the brutal reality here of this map. The production is it's in the main, but the production is it's so exposed. Yeah, the production is so exposed on this map. So typically, when an army pushes into your natural here, which this would be the natural base, typically your production will be safe and you can just keep producing and you can make a stand. But here all the production is exposed because this is the main. Ay, ay, ay. So brutal damage. Yeah, it's such a unique aspect of this map, is that the main base is more exposed than ever before, actually. Kenny moves out. Going for his double drop. Once again, Cure, okay, he does have some reinforcements back at home. Got a couple of Marines, he has a tank. John diving into the pocket. Cure's in position, and he defends. Yeah, he defends, he shuts this down. Jumping over towards the 3rd. Cure does race back home. This is giving Bjorn some breathing room, but Bjorn, he just can't expand. Like, Bjorn cannot take his 3rd. 3rd base just can't be taken. He's still stuck in his main. Oh, sneaking up on the tank. Okay. Gets 1. Does break out. Finally claims his 3rd. And now we can take stock here. Taking a moment to breathe, taking a moment back, and both players have the same worker count. Of course, Cure has been mining more for longer because of his 3rd. So that's the reason why Cure has a slightly larger army. No Ravens. Cure going for the drop. Does it up, does get spotted. He's at least in position. And Bjorn, can he just slow the game down here? I mean, both players are on 3 bases. Sensor Tower's being thrown down. Not so good. Bjorn gets into the bucket base. Okay. Does get in. Denies more mining. Going for the CC itself. No shot, he gets it. No shot. But boys are being pulled. Oh, that's going to be what? 12, 13, 14 SCV kills. Barely medevac does keep them alive. 13 SCVs go down. Nice damage here by Bjorn. Trading out only minerals. Sorry, only Marines. And 2 medevacs. And that's Cure's turn. It doesn't get one of the tanks though. Tanks to survive. Bjorn defends. Again, Bjorn, he's slowly recovering. He's bouncing back. Esté bien. Oh, there's some clowns in the chats. Come back later. Oh. Secure, he doesn't have the drop. So far, Bjorn is holding. Likewise, also sneaking out across the map. Loading up for a Doom Drop. Bjorn, he can respond. Dust him over. Okay, Sims in time. Nice on siege as well. No friendly fire. Bjorn defends. Bjorn is keeping up despite the fact the cure is maxed. He's getting there. Once again, I believe Bjorn if you go +3. God damn it, Bjorn. For whatever reason, it's definitely a Bjorn thing. He's known for it nowadays, for getting +3. Not like this. Not like this. Nice catch on the tanks, though. Very nice. Tanks getting caught on siege. Curie's on the run. It's a Bjornism. As Curie's being pulled apart. Out of position here, losing out on tanks. Drop further into the main. Again, impressive comeback here out of Bjorn. Will lose the drops. Rotating over. Rotating into the main. And Bjorn, he will have position. He's got what? 6, 7, 8 tanks sieging up. Base is denied. Very nice pick off. Takes on the tank, denies mining. And the drop is still active in the main. Oh, as Bjorn, he does overextend for a moment here. Leading out 2 more tanks. And not the cleanest engage. 2 more tanks going down, but mining is being denied. Curie's down to 47 SCVs, and he's supply blocked as well. Brutal supply block. Ay, ay, ay. Leading out more workers. Curie can't make anything. He's going for the counterattack. Do we commit to the base trade? He's going for it. Moves out. Nice big here by Bjorn, being cute. Gets 3 tanks, forcing friendly fire. Cure sending almost everything across the map. Bjorn, he's in position. He's only got the 1 tank though. Stims in. And Bjorn, he has worse upgrades. Remember, he is lacking +3. He's lacking +3 attack. Has to pull the boys. Bjorn is going to be broken here. And Cure breaks through. Cure breaks through. Takes down the CC across the map. Bjorn, he hasn't gained any ground. He hasn't pushed in. Both players hurting. Both players down to 40 SCVs. Let's go. Feels +3 attack, man. It's not again, Pappy, not again. As Bjorn getting a little bit desperate here. Floats over his natural. I keep calling this the natural. It floats over the main, technically. As Bjorn is getting picked apart here, leaving a couple of tanks idle. 2 tanks that get picked up for free. And there's still a chance for Beyond. When it comes to TVT, as you've seen so far, it's all about positional play. If you can outposition your opponents, sneak up on some bases, you can just knock them down. Secure does have a spotted Marine. He spots the main army. Secure, he responds. He does find Beyond. Secure, he races over. Beyond spots this. He stims in. Beyond goes for the stim. Tanks do siege. Beyond cannot move in, but he can go for the third. For the fourth base even, Planetary goes down. Massive tank shots. Nicely done. Beyond he rotates back around. At the same time, Liberator across the map, getting more SCV kills, brutal damage. Oh, he remembers. Let's go. He finds +3. He starts it up. +3 has finally begun. Let's go, baby. Let's go. And he's getting there. Ooh, forces him in. Does take down the Liberator. Again, still very clutch, still very close, still very low economy. Secure, he also floated over his main. Getting a fresh mining base. Likewise, so is Beyond. As once again the armies, they pass by each other. Sure does get him to the fourth. Yeah, Beyond, he's not quite in position, still does not have +3, and Beyond, he cannot take this fight. Losing another entire mineral line and the main base. Main base goes down. Beyond is down to 2 orbitals. 2 bases remaining. You know, Beyond where we headed. He scans, he stims in. He wants an orbital himself. Not as important, but does bring it down. Cure coming in from behind. Okay, can accept the surround. Beyond has to be so careful. Remember, there's only half his army. Yeah, boys are being pulled, tanks getting picked up. And Beyond has to get out of here. He will lose every single tank. He's down to Mass Marine. This time finally even in upgrades. +3 is done. But only Marine cannot push into tanks. Oh, fights into a concave, and Curie's done it. Yeah, Curie breaks through. He overwhelms the army, shuts down the bio. And again, behind this, Beyond, he has no mining. He has no economy. He has almost no income back at home. GG gets called, and Cure, he will take the game. He will extend his lead in the series for Team Liquid. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, a very intense game here, very close, very back and forth. Cure was coming in as the favorite player, but despite that, we had a crazy comeback at a Beyond, where Beyond was stuck. He was contained on 2 bases. Eventually, he broke out. He had a crazy drop across the map. He was able to catch Cure out of position, cripple the economy, took his own 3rd base, and then we had that back and forth. A very low eco. There were, of course, cases or places when Beyond was up an expansion, up a base, but he would lose one of his own. It was brutal that he forgot +3. It is known, if you've been watching Beyond over the past couple of years, like, this happens quite regularly, unfortunately, where I don't know if it's like a hotkey issue or something. I think he's been asked about this in interviews in the past, but Beyond, he's been known to forget +3 or to tab over to his upgrades and only start one and not start the other, essentially. So he would only ever start one upgrade on his 2 eBays, and in the end, that does hurt him, right? That means that every fight he was taking, every bio engagement, he was just taking worse trades and worse fights, and that does add up over time as well. GG, well played. Whew. With that, Cure does take it, and we now have a very comfortable lead here for Team Liquid. Oh boy. Yeah, very comfortable lead as we're now stepping into the 2v2s. Oh boy. So up first, of course, we had Clem. Clem took down Lambo on Mothership in the initial game, in the starting series, in the starting match. But now we're getting into our 2v2 portion of this Team League. Let's go. So I'm just setting up the players. Here we go. Up next, we have Kieran Skillis. Again, a duo that I was not really expecting. I'm curious if Clem just wasn't available. That's my... and I guess we'll get confirmation. If this does end up going all the way to the ace match, then we'll see if Clem is available for that final game. What I'm getting at, if you know anything about 2v2, is that Clem, he is one of the best players in 2v2, 100%. He's one of the best pairs, I should say. Clem alongside Trigger, they play 2v2s quite often. They compete a lot together, and they've achieved a lot of accolades in 2v2 as well. So a little bit surprising not to see Clem alongside Nikita, to see Cure instead. So an interesting choice here. As a duo, I do favor Harstem and Lambo. Like individually, I do think that Cure and Skillis are stronger. They're stronger on their own. But as a duo, Harstem and Lambo, they play a lot together. They compete a lot together. They have a lot more experience together as well. Team Harambo, of course. We'll see if they can start the comeback for Shopify. The pressure's on. The pressure is on as we are loading into Gem Garden. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner here of Gem Garden, we have the Red Protoss. We have the Red Protoss player in Skillis, joined by his teammates, the Korean Terran in Cure, and together they are Team Liquid. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have their opponents. We have the Blue Zerg player with the Blue Zerg player in Lambo. We have Harstem, together Shopify Rebellion. We go. We have Lambo and Harstem up against Skillis and Cure. And welcome once again to Gem Garden. Coming into this, of course, Team Liquid, they're up 2-0. They're up 2-0 in this series. And no last, one more game is all they need to win the best of 5. The pressure is on Shopify. The pressure is on Lambo and Harstem. First things first, Lambo just going hatch gas pool, standard open out of our Zerg player. Meanwhile, we have the Lambo opening up in a standard fashion as well, more or less. Welcome to Gem Garden. This is one of the TLMC maps that has been recently showcased, and I believe is going to be added to the new ladder map pool. Some of the features of this map, we do have these massive tumors. They do expire at 750 naturally. They do expire. They do break down to gain access to these otherwise center bases. You can go a little bit. You can go for a rush early and mine through these gold patches and try to all in through this entrance into the main, but we haven't quite seen that yet. It is a possibility, but again, it's not something that we've really seen come into play. But I'm sure something in the back of their minds, as there are multiple entrances, whether it's these patches or whether it is the rocks as well. So there is a second entrance into the main. Meanwhile, both players expanding, of course, here on the low ground, taking their quote-unquote like high ground natural bases. We do have our third bases on the right-hand side. And we have a really interesting alcove here as well on the high ground. Just a really nice position here for siege tanks, for siege units, set up to defend that natural. Honestly, it does seem quite difficult to break a two-basing setup here, two-basing players, but we'll see. So players are opening up. Twilight Council opener at a Harstem. Twilight Council on one base, going for a delayed expansion. Going for his delayed natural. At the same time, Skillis going for a Stargate opener. And standard 1-1 setup here at a Cure. So there's nothing too fancy going on, outside of the fact that, of course, Harstem is committing into tech very quickly and delaying his own natural base quite heavily here. So very late natural. As a result, we're going to be able to rush into early blink, and we're going for a robo as well. We're just committing to an all-in. Like Harstem, he has no expansion whatsoever here. He's so committed on one base. Okay, show us what you got. Likewise, likewise Lambo, he never got into link speed. Second gas guys is on the way. Okay, you have my attention. So we're going into one base blink, and it's going to be alongside a roach rush, I would imagine. And we'll see if Team Liquid can survive this. We'll see if they can hold on. We'll see if they can get a read on what's happening. Adepse will get past the Stalkers. They shade in, and they should be looking for the expansion. Yes, it was Lambo. Commits to the shade. 2 adepts taking 1 shot drones, getting 1, getting 2. 2 drones going down, not bad. Getting a 3rd worker. 3 drone kills, and Hearthstone. So it is a 1 base all in. 1 base all in. I thought it was going to be 4 gate blink. We're getting up to a 5 gateway. Sorry, 6, 7? Wait, what? 7 gateways here for Hearthstone. Getting into blink and a dark shrine alongside this. Okay. Very committed. Jesus. Oh, he's being fed. Oh, I was curious. Okay. So remember what we said last time. This is not being played on the mod. For those who remember, for those who were watching our coverage or just Thermal's coverage on his 2v2 circuit, they played on a very special mod. They played on a special mod which actually extended the time that it took to allow you to trade with your partner. Because trading like this and feeding like this was considered by many to be a little bit imbalanced and kind of against the idea of 2v2 and against the essence of 2v2. So that circuit, that 2v2 circuit, used a mod that didn't allow this to happen. This is not. This is like vanilla 2v2, which means we are feeding Hearthstone very hard. Basically, Lambo is giving him all of his gas, all of his minerals, and it's all on Hearthstone. Hearthstone, he's going for the 1v2. He's going for the 1v2, just mass stalker, mass, essentially a 3 base all in at 5 minutes. Crazy, baby, crazy. So Lambo, he's just here to just give Lambo money. Like Lambo, he's just like droning, giving money. You can share control, so I'm sure Lambo's also maybe helping out with the micro. And so as they dive in, yeah, they dive in towards the main base. The 1 Voider goes down and gets 1. He gets both Void Rays. Only Stalkers remaining. A couple of Stalkers are going down for Hearthstone, so lacking a little bit of that blink control. Yo, we got 2 players controlling here. What's it? There we go. Tells blink away. At the same time, we have DTs on the right hand side. In my mind, we have Hearthstone controlling the Stalkers and Lambus controlling the Dark Templar. As DTs, they do hit the base on the right hand side. Attention is being split. There's the 1 tank. Dives on the tank. Yeah, tank goes down. He gets 1. He gets 2. It takes down 2 tanks, and Shovelify looks like they can break through. They can snowball out of control. They are. Every Marine goes down. Cure, he has no army. Skilless, he's on his own. And he can't keep up. There are too many Stalkers. Crazy, but how many gateways did we land on? 10 gates? So a 10 gate all in. Ay. And again, this is one of the nasty builds that you can pull off in vanilla 2v2. This is not possible kind of in the 2v2 circuit, but there you go. It's okay, GG. GG, well played. With that Lambo and Hearthstone, they will cheese the hell out of Team Liquid and put their first point on the board. GG. Whew. GG, well played. With that, they do take the first game. They do take a lead in the series. A very specialized build is what I will say. A very specialized build here from Lambo and Hearthstone. And hey, if you're able to do it, then why not? Then why not commit to it? Again, as I mentioned before, the Thermal 2v2 circuits, and I guess like quote unquote like competitive 2v2 play for the most part is played on a mod that doesn't allow this to happen. They still allow resource trading, but they extend the time limit to make sure that you can't resource trade early on in the game. Early for these all-ins, I should say. So that's kind of so this is something you don't quite get to see or experience in those other circuits. Here, this is kind of like the 2v2 that you get on the ladder, and here, yo, there's no hold bar. There's no holds bar, right? Like you can just do whatever you want. You can commit, you can trade resources, and yeah, crazy quote unquote 1 base all in at a Hearthstone. Again, I'm pretty sure Lambo, he was controlling the DTs as well at the same time, so there was some like multi-pronged aggression going on, but that was 10 gates at 5 minutes. That was crazy. Just a brutal attack, brutal all in, and with that, Shopify, they're on the board. They are on the board. And can we force the ace matches? Up next, we're going to be getting into our PvP. Up next, we do have a Hearthstone going up against Skilless on the Old Republic. Let's go. Let us go. And again, if Skilless wins this game, then Team Liquid, they will come out on top and they will win the series. Otherwise, Hearthstone needs to take this to force the ace match. Let's go. Let us go. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of the Old Republic, we do have the red Protoss player. The red Protoss representing Team Liquid, it is Skilless. 1 game is all he needs, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of the Old Republic, we do have the blue Protoss from Land of the Netherlands representing Shopify Rebellion. It is a Hearthstone. cheesier than my chili dog. Ah. Oh, no. Oh, the cheese. Not a big fan of resource trading meal. I mean, that's something to maybe bear in mind for future tournaments, is disallowing that sort of thing, or again using the mod. For sure. We'll see if it plagues this tournament too much, right? It's like we're going to be featuring a lot of 2v2s in this tournament, and if it does become an issue, then I'm sure if we get a future event like this, if we get a season 3, then we might actually make use of that mod and step in. If it does kind of become too much of an issue, then it's something that can be changed. For sure. But otherwise, here we go. We do go for our standard openers. 2-gate opener out of Hearthstone. Likewise, 2-gate opener out of Skilless. Hearthstone, he does hide a pylon out on the map, but as we can see, this is a fake proxy pylon. This is designed to try to strike fear into Skilless and force an overreaction. Skilless, of course, he is scouting, and he will confirm that a pylon is missing. Now, welcome to the Old Republic. This is a very large map in the map pool. Large map, long rush distance by ground as well. Because of that, typically, I mean, there's a lot of places to hide a proxy. More importantly, we see this a lot on Togmak, we see this a lot on Naganatha as well. Because those maps are so large, it does mean that it can be quite difficult to find said proxy. So Skilless, I'm sure that's in the back of his mind. We'll see if he does overreact. For now, Skilless does throw down his third pylon in the main base. This tells us that Skilless is playing safe. He's playing very safe. Typically, that pylon would be on the low ground. The purpose of that would be to set up a shield battery and to expand. But the pylon is further back in the main. Yep, Robo Opener, Skilless, he is duped. He believes he's up against an all-in. Very safe play out of Skilless. He comes in with the probe scout, he gets found, and Hearthstone, he will deny the scout. Now, Skilless, he's in a really awkward position. He can turn this into his own one base all-in, but because of this, yeah, he's going for it. There we go, third gateway's on the way, so one base all-in out of Skilless. The problem here, though, is the map is working against him. Remember what we said, this is a very large map, longer rush distance by ground. These all-ins from back at home take longer to get across the map. So Hearthstone's looking quite comfortable as long as he can confirm that Skilless is committing. As the War Prism is on the way, and Skilless, who will soon send everything across the map. Hearthstone getting ready with his shield battery. He's got a couple of sentries. We'll soon have some force fields. Force fields this early on are ideal because there's no blink, right? There's no blink, so you cannot get away from being locked down by a force field. Except with the War Prism. So again, we're still waiting for the War Prism. Skilless, he has to be so careful with this army. It is very vulnerable to force fields, to being locked down. Skilless pokes in. Hearthstone luring the army forward. There we go. Does try to lock down the army. Stalker gets away. Ooh, trades 1-1. And very nice force fields. He gets 2. Yeah, 2 more Stalkers going to be going down. Again, does he get away? Barely not. Yeah, 3 Stalkers fall. Brutal also already for Skilless. Ay, ay, ay. As he mentioned, like, force fields this early in the PvP, they are brutal. And already a rough start for Skilless, bearing in mind that every unit counts, especially when you're one base all in. Shield batteries are done. There's 2 shield batteries so far here for Hearthstone. Boys are being pulled. This time we have the War Prism. Micro is solid. Does kite back. Doesn't lose anything yet. Skill's getting his own sentry. Does bring down 1. And Skill's nice concave takes down the sentries. I mean, that force field putting in a lot of work there for Skilless. But the Immortal has arrived. And now with the Immortal, Skilless, he cannot break this. Yeah, no shot. Hearthstone, he has the Immortal. He has the shield batteries. He's up in economy. The longer this goes on, the better it is for Hearthstone. And again, he can afford to lose the boys. To fool the boys. To lose some probes. Yeah, the Immortal kites back. There's another shield battery behind this. 3 shield batteries. Oof. Yeah, and this dive wasn't worth it. Not quite worth it here. So many Stalkers going down. The Immortal's still up. Finally, no, not even. Yeah, the Immortal is immortal. Takes down all the Stalkers. GG gets called, and Hearthstone, he will bounce back. He will take the game, and we are going to the ace match. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Hearthstone, he does fight back. He does recover for his team. Again, a very cheeky build out of Hearthstone, winding it back. If you remember, Hearthstone, he faked an all-in. He faked an all-in, he faked a proxy, went for a pylon across the map, and alas, Skillus, he was unaware. Skillus, he reacted with a robo, and eventually he realized his mistake. He realized, oh, you're not proxying me, you're expanding. Now I have to be stuck and commit into an all-in, but it's a weaker all-in on this map, and it was a brutal start, losing 3 Stalkers at the beginning of the game before the all-in really hits to the force fields, to the sentries. GG. So just a really brutal start there for Skillus, and with that, Hearthstone does claim it. And now we're getting ready for what? For the ace match. Let's go. Let us go. Now, I do have a theory regarding this ace match. As you can see here, we have gone the distance. Clem took down Lambo, Cure took down Bjorn in the initial matchups, and then we saw both Hearthstone and Lambo bring it back in the second half of the series, and now we're going all the way to the ace match. Both players, they will field their ace players to face off in this final best of 1. Now, my theory here is that the reason why Clem wasn't a part of the 2v2 is because Clem is unavailable. That was my assumption here. We're about to confirm because, hey, the best player on Team Liquid is who? Is Clem. Clem is the best player. He should be the ace player unless he's unavailable. And if that's the case, then it explains why he wasn't a part of the 2v2 matchup either. Meanwhile, from the side of Shopify, who would we say is the ace player here? Now, the map is a big part of this. Remember, that's my favorite part about these Team League tournaments and this kind of format. 10,000 feet. The map is known ahead of time, and as the opposing team, or this goes both ways, you can also try to snipe your opponent's ace player. So again, high chance the Team Liquid field Clem, field a Terran, and even if Clem isn't there, Cure would be the next best kind of pick here, right? So it should be a Terran player. On 10,000 feet. 10,000 feet is a rush map. 10,000 feet is a rush map. Hyper aggression is favored on 10,000 feet as well. So if we have a cheeky all-in sniper build available versus Terran, that's where you can be a little bit more flexible here and pick either Lambo or Hearthstone instead of Bjorn. Overall, I would say that Bjorn is the stronger player. He's the more well-rounded, stronger player on the team. He's the ace player. But if Hearthstone or Lambo, if they speak up, if they're like, yo, I got something spicy for 10,000 feet, then they can also step in as well. I give that a sniper build. That's the best part of this kind of format is strategy does come into play here. You can be very strategic when it comes to who you field and what players you send out. Here we go. Here we go. As when it comes to our ace players, okay, so we have confirmation. Team Liquid, they are going to be fielding, as we had kind of assumed, it is going to be Cure. Yeah, Cure is going to be the ace player here for Team Liquid. It does look like Clem was unavailable, so this explains why Clem wasn't a part of the 2v2 matchup, as Cure does step into the ring for Team Liquid. And who will go up against him? Bjorn. Here we go. So it's going to be Bjorn versus Cure in a TVT. It's going to be a rematch. Okay, it is going to be a rematch here between our two Terrans. They faced off earlier in this match, and Cure did bring down Bjorn, but I will say it was very close. It was very close between the two players. We saw strong moments for Bjorn, we saw strong moments for Cure. It was very back and forth, and barely did go the way of Cure, and now they have a chance to face off on 10,000 feet. Oh boy. Let's go. Let's jump on in. And again, it all ends here. All ends in the ace match. Vámonos. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of 10,000 feet, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the red Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Cure. We go, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Terran player. We have the South Korean Terran for Shopify. It is Bjorn. Here we go. Our TVT is upon us, and again, welcome one and all to 10,000 feet. 10,000 feet is one of the, or is the rush map is the smallest map in this tournament map pool, is known for its shorter rush distance by ground, likewise known for its aggressive tendencies here. When it comes to the map itself, we do have these massive tumors. They're all over the place to make the map a little bit more open as the game does progress into the mid game. So there's a lot of tumors out here. The map does open up quite heavily. When it comes to your initial 2 and 3 bases, I would say it's relatively secure. The 4th base is different though. We do have this center expansion as the option for a 3rd or 4th base. It can be abused from the other side by tanks. Like in TVT, tanks can shut this base down very, very easily here, so it's difficult to take the center base. We should be expanding linearly instead, but even then it is more open. You can attack from the south side, from bottom right, or even from the right side as well. So multiple attack paths. You can take this triangular 3rd base instead by mining through these patches. I will say that this base is safer to take, but we'll see how our players open up. We'll see if we expand in said direction. Likewise, there's no ramp coming into the natural. It's a very wide open entrance as well, so it's more accessible. You can set up on the other side to try to lay siege upon the gas geyser. And Bjorn already is working on those mineral patches. Does mine 1 patch. Does mine 1. Economic opener. It is going to be Rax expand out of Bjorn. Meanwhile, Cure opening up double gas, going for a faster factory. So a more tech-heavy start out of our red Terran, a more economic start out of our blue Terran. As a result, Cure is going to be the aggressor. So we have our roles. Bjorn is going to be defending. Cure is going to be aggressing. Go. Secure dips in, does pull away. He's going to be able to try to bust his way in. Does have a reinforcing Hellion, and he does actually overwhelm the initial army. And Marine's going to be going down, takes down the SCV, and alas, we have to buy more time for the Cyclone. The Cyclone is still on the way. No. Yeah, brutal damage so far here for Bjorn. Bjorn bleeding out 3 SCVs. Another SCV going to be going down. He does break in, and this is getting out of hand already here. Yeah, Bjorn just being a little bit too greedy, unfortunately. Cyclone has arrived, but this is a brutal start for Bjorn. Losing 8 SCVs. Nine SCVs go down. Insane damage. Again, unfortunately, Bjorn, he had no wall off here at the ramp. He had no wall off. The Hellions got in. And remember, Bjorn, this is meant to be an economic opener. Not anymore. Not anymore. He has some catching up to do. Now, thankfully, Bjorn, he was already working on Banshees, so he has a way to recover in this game. We have Banshees on the way. We have the initial Cyclone set up as well. Back at home, Cure, he's going into earlier tank production to defend. So tanks are on the way. Likewise, let's have a safety Cyclone for said Banshee. Does dip in. Dips in and getting a couple of SCV kills. Nothing major. Gets 2. I mean, it helps. It lets him slowly start to catch up. This Banshee does at least get away. You can see Curie's on the hunt. He wants the Banshee. Doesn't quite catch it though. Does get away, and Curie behind this getting a faster third. So Curie's had a better economy, and he's trying to maintain that economic lead, going for a faster third CC. Beyond not too far behind him in that respect. But the game is slowing down. The game is slowing down. Curie's building up. Curie, of course, he has the higher tank count. He has the higher Viking count as well. He has the superior army. This is, yeah, just a really shaky position for Bjorn. Very shaky. And if Curie plays this right, I don't really see Bjorn expanding. Like, Curie just has to be in position. Make sure that Bjorn is contained. Nice lock-ons. Gets a Cyclone. Cyclone goes down. Banshee into the natural. And Curie's moving in. Does have that disable. 3 tanks to defend. Curie defends back at home. Leaves out 2 SCVs. Curie still has that worker lead. Now again, Curie doesn't have to try to break this. The goal here should just be contain. But he's edging closer. Curie can get within range of the CC. Yeah, he's within range. Yeah, SCV is going to be going down. Beyond is just too far back. Curie's forcing Beyond's hand. Here come the disables. Ravens are coming in. Yeah, they're coming in for a flank. Gets 1, gets 2. 2 tanks go down. Voids are being pulled. And Beyond is going to try to break out here, but it's not going to be easy. A lot of Marines going to be going down. Nice target firing at a Cure. Shuts down the Marines, and Curie does it. Curie breaks through. He breaks the main army. Beyond it costs him 14 SCVs, and he doesn't break out. Ay, ay, ay. Again, it was just a really rough start for Beyond, and Beyond is just falling further behind. Yo, shout out to Harambo for being able to bring it back, but here, Cure looking much more dominant. I mean, a big reason because the early damage, to be honest. Like, 9 SCVs early on was just brutal. It's a rough way to start, and it's so difficult to recover from that much of a deficit early on. So that was just critical damage. The best that Beyond can know for here is that Cure, he overextends if he starts making mistakes. Then sure. Beyond sneaking in with his tanks. Here come the disables. Yeah, gets 1, gets 2. Liberator has arrived. Vikings ain't late in time for the SCVs as well. Oof. And Beyond, he will lose his final tanks. Both remaining tanks are down. And Beyond, he's down to almost nothing. He's down to 3 SCVs. He pulls the voice of the main. Let's go. The voice are pulled. GG gets called, and Cure, he will take the series at 3-2. Team Liquid will take down Shopify. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Cure, to Team Liquid as well for bringing it all together. GG, well played. Very impressive play here, of course, as both Cure and Clem were able to pop off, even without Clem as the ace player. True, even without Clem, Team Liquid, they're able to pull it off in the end, and able to bring it home. Again, thankfully, we did have a back and forth, of course. Shopify, they were able to bring it back in the 2v2s. I mean, I do feel like Shopify's team, they were favored in the 2v2, especially without Clem. Even with Clem, like Carson and Lambert, they're very renowned, and they have a lot of experience in 2v2 as well, so they're a very nice duo, a very nice team. Likewise, the Mind Games, they were able to bring down Skillus earlier in the Old Republic. So again, shout out to Hearthstone and Lambert. And again, Beyond, I feel like this final game wasn't really reflective of how close in skill Cure and Beyond are. Like, they had an amazing game on Dream and Scars. Like, Dream and Scars was very close, very back and forth, and I could definitely see a world where Beyond could have taken that series or taken that game as well. Here in 10,000 Feet, it was more one-sided, but again, just because that early economic damage. But again, it's something you have to get used to. The shorter rush distance, the more aggressive nature of 10,000 feet, definitely something that you have to be accustomed to over time as you get more experience and get more games on these new TLMC 21 maps. But GG. GG, well played with that. That is going to be our second series wrapping up. Second series has wrapped up here, and now we have one series remaining. So the broadcast began with Basilisk versus Streamer Zone. Basilisk did take that win. Here we just wrapped up with Team Liquid versus Shopify, and up next, bam, we have the third and final series of day one of the Crank Gatherers Season 2 preliminary stage tournament. It is going to be Team Vitality versus Team Falcons. Oh my god, some of the stronger teams out there are going to be facing off. Team Vitality going to be fielding Zan, Ryung, and Maru. Meanwhile, Team Falcons going to be fielding Rogue, Bunny, and Solar. Yeah, some of the stronger teams in the league are now going to be facing off here in that best of 5. We're going to be going on a short break, and when we come back, we'll have that final best of 5. We'll see you soon after the break. See you soon. Bye. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back to the final series of the broadcast. Welcome back to the Crank Gatherers Season 2 preliminary stage. This is the first stage of this 6-team invitational. We have 6 teams rising up here. We had Basilisk and Streamer Zone facing off. We had Shopify and Team Liquid, and now we have Team Vitality versus Team Falcons. Here we go, the final best of 5 of the series, or sorry, of the broadcast. And of course, this is immediately only day one of, I think, like 5 days. It's like a full week of Crank Gatherers of this tournament, so we have plenty more Team League matches ahead of us in the coming week over the next, of course, couple of days. Let's go. Let us go. Up first, so we have our lineups. We have our lineups here. We have Zaun. Zaun versus Rogue is going to be our initial starting best of one on Mothership, followed by Ryung versus Bunny, TVT on Dream and Scars. Yo, Team Vitality, they rolled well. They rolled well. Ryung, of course, if you know anything about Ryung, he has arguably the best TVT in the world. His best matchup by far is TVT, so this is the matchup where he thrives in the most. He would have loved to have faced off against Bunny. Bam, they're facing off on Dream and Scars. We have Ryung and Maru playing the 2v2 against Bunny and Rogue. That's an interesting pairing. Bearing in mind, Ryung does have some 2v2 experience. I believe the last time he competed, it was Ryung alongside Gumiho. It was Ryung and Gumiho. They were playing 2v2s together. They were competing as a duo with some mixed success. I don't really think that Maru has much experience, but maybe Ryung is more comfortable with a Terran partner, or maybe they're just closer in general, so like they're able to have a little bit better synergy. So it's going to be an interesting pairing here, and of course they're up against Bunny and Rogue, a duo that I guarantee you have limited, if not barely any experience together in this kind of format. So it's going to be interesting to see some of these pairings and to see forced 2v2 with players that maybe are inexperienced. Likewise, we have at the end of the series Maru and Solar in a TVZ. That's going to be a spicy rematch. If you remember, Solar was one of the reasons why Maru got knocked out earlier in the most recent season of GSL. Like Solar, he did knock Maru the hell out. Maru, he was attempting to play mech, attempting to 8-racks, and Solar read him like a book. In that preparation style format, Solar, he clowned all over Maru in GSL. We'll see if Maru can get his revenge. We'll see if he can get his revenge here, as first we have the best of one, Zaun and Rogue. Let's go. Let's go. Game 1 is going to be on Mothership. If you notice, the starting maps are the same for each series, or just the map order is the same for each series. Same map order, and here we go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Mothership, we have the Red Zerg player. The Red Zerg player for Team Falcons, it is Rogue. And spawning in the bottom side of Mothership, we have his opponent. We have for Team Vitality, the South Korean Protoss player, it is Zaun. Oh boy. Because we're getting into our PvZ. When it comes to Mothership again is a very large map, a 3-player spawn map as well, so 3 possible spawn locations. We can see Zaun scouting top right, and Rogue also sends its first Overlord to the top right hand side as well. So both players scouting in the, unfortunately, wrong location. But Zaun will be the first to realize that, of course, Rogue is elsewhere, as Rogue does open up hatch gas pool. Okay. We are opening up. With this initial setup here, I'm curious to see how they play out on Mothership. Mothership, again, is a very large map. I would say it's not the easiest map to be defensive on, though. I'm curious to see if Zaun will attempt to turtle up and get into Sky Toss. We'll see if Rogue, how aggressive he can be as well. All-ins are common in ZVP in the current meta, so we're expecting to see Rogue be hyper-aggressive on a 3-base economy. But we'll keep an eye on his tech. We'll see what direction he takes us in. For now, everything's looking as it should be. Down does expand. And Zaun, he is one to be cheeky as well. If you're watching Zaun during his GSL run, like Zaun, he was very aggressive, very cheesy, very all-in as well in every single matchup. So we'll see if he has any of that flair in this matchup here, in this best of one. That's the other thing, right? Players have time to prepare, time to analyze their opponents and have some specialized builds. The best part of knowing the lineup ahead of time, of course, is that preparation style format. Best part of Team Leagues, to be honest. I mean, this just makes me miss WTL for sure. I mean, it makes me miss Pro League more than anything, but WTL is the closest we had in modern StarCraft. But now Stargate opener out of Zaun. So Stargate opener into the Oracle, most likely. Zaun has the option to open up Void Ray, for example, to deny vision and deny scouting, but it's quite rare to see that nowadays. Quite rare. From here, again, we've just had a bit of a slower start as we're taking our third bases, building up. I mean, again, early game EVP, it's quite tame. It is typically quite tame until the mid game. Early game aggression from Zerg can't really achieve too much here just because of the solid position with 2 and 3 bases. We could see Rogue invest into early links to try and force a cancel at the third base, but even then it's difficult due to the oracles. Oh. As we do see Zan expanding, oracles are on the way. And Rogue, he doesn't make a Surge of Lings. He actually goes for early Eva Chamber, so this should be +1 melee into Ling Hydra. I say into Ling Hydra, in the latest patch we have seen a rise in popularity of going Ling Bane. Because of the buff to the Baneling, it is more viable in this matchup as well, so we'll see if Rogue does invest into Banelings or not. Likewise, we'll see if he does throw down a safety Roach Warren or not either. Eva Chamber typically means we're skipping Roaches and we're skipping Banelings. Melee is going to be on the way. Meanwhile, that is a very early Twilight Council. So a bit of an earlier Twilight Council. We'll see if we skip the Forge and if we go for earlier gateways. Drone's going to be going down. Nice damage here by Down. Yeah, Rogue out of position. 6 drone kills. Ay. Brutal damage. 6 workers are picked up. Rogue having a very shaky start. +1 melee has begun. And we are indeed going for a later Forge. Okay. So still going for the Forge. That means that there's no chance here that Zan is going into Glaives. This should be +1 and Blink. And we'll keep an eye on Zan's gateway count, because so far he's had a pretty nice start. He may decide to double down and go for extra gateways and be hyper aggressive. We'll see. As Blink is on the way alongside +1. Rogue is indeed going for the Baneliness. As we mentioned, this is kind of a recent change, of course, because of the buff to Banelings to their HP. So we're going into Ling Bane. As the Oracle, barely does go down. Yeah, brutal overextension. Adepts at the same time they shade into the middle line. Drone's going to be getting picked up. And there's not much on the ground here. Lings, they try to engage. Nice positioning here out of Zan. As Lings are falling. And so far we get 3, but we can get even more done. As Adepts, they make their way into the natural. Oh, can we get 4? Oh, we can. 4, 5 drones. 5 drone kills. Rogue does defend. He's going Ling Bane Hydra. So getting into Ling Bane Hydra. Meanwhile, Zan back at home, setting up, securing himself, and taking into Storm. So again, a very comfortable start at a Zan. Yes, he lost all of his Adepts, but Adepts don't really scale well into a longer game anyway. You want to get rid of them as the game progresses. Nice cancellations. Rogue, he does force a cancel. Does find some damage. Storm has begun. And again, breaking a 3-basing player here on Mothership, it does seem quite difficult. The 4th base is more spread out, and it will give Rogue more options to be aggressive, assuming that Zan takes the 4th. As Zan does take his gases. Building up into Robo, and Zan, he should be expanding. And we'll see which base he takes, whether he expands away or towards Rogue. Zan does have options. Okay, expanding away. Being a little bit safer. Takes the 4th base. He's building up his Ling Hydra. Does run up to 80, essentially. So he's got a decent economy. Working on his 5th base for his larva. And Rogue should soon be maxing out. If you notice something, Rogue, from what we're seeing here, he's not taking up. He's not taking his gas at his 3rd base, and it looks like he has no intention of taking up into Hive or into Lurkers. He's purely going for a Lair Tech Ling Bane Hydra army. Maxing out here on Lair Tech. This is essentially an all-in. If this fails to get damage done, then Rogue is going to be outscaled. Why is he going to be outscaled? As I mentioned, no Hive, no Lurkers. By design, right? So he has no Lurkers, he has no Hive behind this. It's all or nothing for Rogue. And he has to do critical damage, either break a base or break the army. Sound is getting ready. So far, clearing up Lings, getting himself the Banelings. Yeah, nice storm. Banelings, they will not finish. One Baneling does compete. Does complete. Oh. And more Banelings on the way. And again, this area here is so open. Like, it's once the rocks get knocked down, it's so wide open. I'll be impressed here if Zound can hold. He has them the storms. And the rocks are still up. Banelings they roll in. But they don't quite connect. Rocks are knocked down. That was all the Banelings. We have 5 more behind this. And more Banelings rolling in. Again, Rogue, he's not droning. He's not taking. Like, still no infestation bits. Still no Lurker Den. It's all or nothing. So I'll say attempt to catch reinforcements. Another storm of the Banelings. Ooh, they do finish. Oh no! Oh, massive connections. High Templar go down. 0 storms left. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, Zound here overextends. He lost everything. And Rogue has done it. Yeah, Rogue he has done it. We'll catch all the Archons. We'll overwhelm. Brutal Baneling connections. And there's going to be one storm maybe with an energy overcharge. That's not going to be enough. As Zound is broken. And again, you can see just how open this area is at the third, or in between the bases. It's so difficult to turtle in this map, so difficult to defend. I mean, it doesn't help that he took all the Banelings in the face. True. And Rogue, he should just be able to rally at this point. Should be able to rally across. There's the one storm. Oh, second storm comes in. But that's it. Those are the only storms. And without any more splash damage, there is no defense. And with that, Team Falcons looking to take a lead in the series. GG gets called. Rogue, he will take it against Zound. He had a decent start, not gonna lie. GG, Zound, he did have a decent start, killing a lot of workers, getting up to 4 bases. But as you mentioned, specifically on this map, the area outside of the third is so wide open. It's so difficult to muster up a defense, even with the defender's advantage, even with shield batteries, even with stasis traps, even with defensive storms. Like, it's still quite difficult. It's still so open. We saw a decent initial fight out of Zound, but he overextended, pushed too far forward, got too close to the Banelings, and he lost all of his High Templar. GG. GG will play. And he still had like 3 or 4 storms left over if he had kept them alive. But GG well played with that. Rogue does take a lead for his team, and now we're getting to our next best of 1. Up next is going to be Ryung versus Bunny, and I'm excited for this. Another TBT, also on Dream and Scars. True. But Ryung, his best matchup is TBT. Ryung is, of course, one of, if not the reason why Clem did switch out of playing Terran and switch to Protoss specifically for this matchup. He bullied Clem out of TBT, and we'll see if he can do the same to Bunny. Let's go. Let us go. As we are loading into Dream and Scars. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Dreams and Scars, we have the South Green Terran. We have the Red Terran. Oh. Leading the series 1-0 for Team Falcons. It is Bunny. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the blue Terran player. We have the blue Terran player himself representing Team Vitality. It is Ryung. 79 drones is not all in, even if there's no tech right now. No. Depends on your definition. Like, I would say it is still an all-in, just because the definition of an all-in is that you intend to kill your opponent, and that if you don't, you fall far behind. That would have been the case there. If he failed to deal any damage to the economy, if he failed to break the army, then Zound would skyrocket ahead and would snowball out of control. So like 4 base all-ins do exist, at least from our experience, like covering StarCraft and covering games. You wouldn't call it like a rush, like that's I guess that's like the definition of like an earlier aggression or earlier all-in. Like, for example, you can be on 80 drones and not have a lair and be on hashtag, and you are 100% all in. Like, the drone count doesn't change that fact. Yeah. Here we go. Here we go. We do have our pocket bases, and both players will be expanding. We have Rex expand out of Ryung, Rax expand out of Bunny. Here we go. From here, we do pull away. We'll see how we approach this as well. Again, not uncommon to go into mech as well. We've seen mech out of Ryung, we've seen mech out of Bunny. Not saying we'll see that here, but it's going to be a possibility. It's going to be in the back of our minds. But now just building up on 2 bases. Speaking of greed, Ryung, he's actually going for a faster 3rd CC. Okay. Bunny poking in, and this is going to be a close defense here from Ryung, but Ryung behind this, there it is. 3rd CC is on the way before the starport. Hyper greed out of Ryung, and we'll see if he can get away with it. Ryung, he's going to be the defender. Bunny is going to be in him to punish behind this. Yep, starport, so standard 1-1-1 out of Bunny, and for the time being, he has not scouted. So Bunny has failed to scout. He's not aware of the greed of Ryung. Now, if Bunny, if he fails to do any economic damage, if Ryung is able to get his 3rd base up and running, then he will just be able to snowball out of control. He'll be able to max out. He'll be able to saturate his natural and 3rd base that much faster, and you'll see a big power spike and a big supply spike in favor of Ryung once he gets his 3rd base up and running. We'll see if he can get there. There's still, of course, a chance for Bunny to punish and to delay and to contain Ryung on 2 bases. So it's on Bunny to scout, and it's on Bunny to be active. As Ryung is going for a 3-1-1 setup. Again, because he's being so greedy, he is going for 2 more Raxes before the starports. So no drop play. No harassment. And Bunny, he's getting ready for drop play. He's got his Cyclone at his pocket base. He's got his Reapers as well. He's splitting up his army. Marines here at the natural, or in the main. They're also on the edge. And Bunny has no idea. We'll see if he blindly goes for a 2nd starport and if he goes into like 2 base play. We're hoping for that to be the case. Serral is getting into sim. And this passivity is going to hurt Bunny. Again, he still might push out with his 1st wave of tanks. Now getting a 2nd. Still turtling up. There's a scan, reveals the tanks, reveals the Ravens. Ryung, he's aware of the more standard opener. And Ryung, he just lands his 3rd. Let's go. Just picks up, just floats over. Nothing to be worried about. Bunny is contained. But Bunny, he does have the larger army. So again, better economy for Ryung, and over time, Ryung, he will outscale Bunny. Bunny, he does have a massive tank lead. He's got 3 tanks to 0. And that lead is only going to get greater. Here comes the move out. Bunny is pushing. Ryung, he will miss this. Does miss the army. Sends out a spotted Marine. Crucial. And here we go. It's all in this bush. Bunny making his way towards the 3rd base. Marine does miss the army. Scans, sees the army is missing. Oh, gets spotted. Ryung is racing over. It's on Ryung to try to engage ahead of time before the tanks do siege. Before Bunny gets within range of the base. There's a scan. Sorry, there's a stim. A stim's in. Tanks take siege in time. Yeah, they do siege up. Oof. Brutal tank volleys. And Bunny, he's snowballing out of control. He's pushing in. Again, the Marines are so low. Third base is denied. And Bunny, he can just keep pushing into the natural. He can just keep going. And again, there are 0 tanks. There are 0 tanks here for Ryung. He has man with gun. That's all he's got. And we spoke about this in the previous series. The main base here is even more exposed, even more vulnerable because here's all the production. It's within range. Yeah, the production is within range. Bunny's still rallying. Ryung is going to try to catch reinforcements. He wraps around. Does catch a couple of Marines. The starport is exposed. Yeah, the starport's under fire. Brutal damage. And again, Ryung, he was greedy. He tried to get away with it. Fast 3rd CC, delayed starport, delayed tank production. He almost did. Repairs not in time. And he pulls the boys. Yeah, the boys are being pulled. Good lane the Vikings. We come in for Serral. Yes, Serral here takes down one of the tanks, but yeah, Bunny holds. Bunny, he maintains his position. 20 SCVs go down. And Bunny can expand. Yeah, Bunny taking his own 3rd. Taking his own expansion. Liberation has arrived. Yeah, taking down one of the tanks. And tanks, they can just keep moving in. They can just keep pushing forward, getting over the Raxes. Bunny, he should not be stopped. As he's taking his time, I feel like we could have moved a little bit further faster. And Marines, they come in. Vikings, are we gonna land? We don't even need to. GG gets called. Bunny, he does overwhelm, and Bunny, he will take a 2-0 lead for Team Falcons. GG. GG, well played. Winding it back, it came down to the builds of choice. Ryung, he was hyper greedy here on Dreams and Scars, going for a 3rd CC before starport into a 3-1-1 setup, also before starport as well, going for that 3-rack setup, going into Mass Marine, into early stim. He had a really hefty bio army, but with that kind of army, with that composition, it is so crucial that you get on top of the tanks, right? It's like, because he had 0 tanks, he had 0 defensive tanks in time for the first push, he had to get on top of the tank army of Bunny ahead of time, had to engage, but he wasn't able to. He was a little bit late to move in. He went for the stim. He was late to scout the army. True. He saw the army as it was already in his half of the map, and by the time he reacted, Bunny was already sieged. He was already sieged up. He took the better fight, and Bunny snowballed from there. It's a very fine line that you have to walk as Ryung to be able to get away with this style. Part of it, of course, is being aware of the move outs, being aware of the push. So GG, well played. With that, Team Falcons with a very, very nice lead so far. They're up 2-0 as both Rogue and Bunny were able to take their respective games. Oh. Sorry, just catching up. Yeah, Rogue and Bunny did take their respective games, and now we are up to the 2v2. Okay, I do not know what to expect from this, but we have our 2v2 on Gem Garden. As I mentioned before, Ryung does have experience. He does have experience in 2v2. Maru, Bunny, and Rogue, less so. unless Maru, he's secretly playing team games all the time, and he's plaguing, the ladder out there, the Korean ladder in 2v2s. It's possible, I suppose, but for the most part, yeah, it's a little bit less experienced in said 2v2. In general, the Koreans don't really compete in too many 2v2 tournaments. It's very rare to see that happen, so it's gonna be a bit of a first. Let's go. I'm ready. I'm excited. I don't know what to expect. This could just very swiftly, very easily just be a 3-0 in favor of Team Falcons. Let's go. As Maru has arrived, the ace player for Team Vitality. The ace is here. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Gem Garden, we have our Zerg and Terran duo. We do have for Team Falcons, Rogue and Bunny. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the blue team. We have the blue and teal Terran players. We have Maru and Ryung for Team Vitality. Here we go. Oh, we're cheesing. Okay. Let's go. SCVs are being sent across the map, and we're going proxy 2 racks. Both players are. Did I say 2? Yeah, 2 racks. So 2 racks is 2 SCVs for either player. We're sending everything across the map. We're committing. Let's go. So technically, I guess proxy 4 racks. Yeah, proxy 4 racks. As we're gonna have 4 axes up and running. Gases are being taken back at home, and we'll see if Ryung and Maru can pop off. Let's go. As it's gonna be a very short game. Vámonos, papi, vámonos. Meanwhile, a big shout out to Ariel Mortis in the chat. God, thank you so much for subscribing for 6 months, for half a year, Thank you so much for 6 months of subscribing. Do appreciate the support as always. Hope you enjoy the content, the casting, and the StarCraft. Thank you. So chat, is that a replay? If you are looking at the title. Oh, yo, shout out to Abba Tidorcillo. Thank you. But yes, it will say replay cast in the title of the stream. If we ever do have a replay cast, it does say that. We're very transparent with that. But here we go. We have a 4 racks. It's a 4 rack Reaper. 4 rack Reaper here from Team Vitality. Meanwhile, Rogue. Whoa, hold on. A Rogue hatch. He's crazy. He's going hatch before pool. He has nothing. No gases, no spawning pool. Rogue, he cannot help defend. Oh, it's a 1v2. It's Buddy's on his own. Buddy, he's on his own. Rogue is being hyper greedy right now. Now is not the time. But again, 0 queens and 0 zerglings from Rogue. Reapers are moving in, and again, Buddy's on his own. Bunker will not finish. Ah, no. And meanwhile, speaking of bunkers, they're getting up and running here on the hatchery of Rogue. But it's all about breaking Bunny. Queen production just now began. Okay, KDA charges, they do zone away, and more SCVs are falling. The bunker may be able to finish up. I mean, it comes down to our players, so it comes down to the control. The bunker does finish, okay. Bunker does complete. Bunny, he's holding on to the ramp. Bunny's holding. Let's go. He does barely hold on. This hatchery is going to go down, but Rogue, he's going into roaches. He's taking up into roaches, taking his gases. These hatcheries, they should go down. And the game will continue. Factories are on the way. Do have those factory follow-ups. Oh, hello, Canoia. Hello. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Bienvenidos. Yeah, from here they will check. Oh, they spot the roaches. And the roaches, they will barely get away. Yeah, Hellions, they come into support as well. Another base is found. A dozen eye mining, not bad. Catching out a handful of workers. So far, 3 drones on 5 SCVs have gone down, but ideally we were hoping for a little bit more damage here. In the end, Rogue, he still has an expansion. Still has a base. Back at home, Maru and Ryung, they are expanding, and they're being forced into a longer game. I don't think they wanted to play a longer game in 2v2, but they're being forced into it. Let's go. Let us go. Likewise, Vikings on the way, potentially fake cloak as well. We'll see if we actually go into a Banshee in the aftermath as a follow-up. Rash Star Scouts. And it's been a bit of an awkward start. It's been an awkward start. When it comes to the economies here, Bunny does have a lower SCV count than both of his Terran opponents. Likewise, Bunny has yet to begin a 3rd CC, so Bunny, he's behind economically. Rogue, he's in a decent position, and as the drop is moving out, Maru and Ryung, they're moving in. Yeah, Mass Reaper across the map. Here comes Bunny's drop. Reapers are revealed. Oh, they do not commit. There was potential. Because they pull back home, at the same time, Bunny also dropping across the map. Going for Ryung. It does get an SCV. Let's get a worker. We have the Master Traveler army also pushing through the center. And what do we have to defend here? A couple of Cyclones. I'll be honest, I'm not too convinced here by the defense of Ryung and Maru. Yeah, Reapers are getting caught out. Brutal losses. As almost every Reaper will fall. And back at home, Ryung, he has 2 Cyclones. Maru has 2 Cyclones. There's 1 Banshee as well. More Cyclones on the way. Ryung is playing mech. And mining is going to be denied. A little bit too much greed here from Maru. I mean, from both Terrans. Lead out those workers. Roki commits in. Gets on top of the Cyclones. Tank will be biled down. Oh, Roki's running out of steam a little bit here. Yeah, running out of steam will bleed out those Ravagers. SCVs are falling. But can they break that ramp? Ah, not quite. Yeah, they're forced back. They forced it back off. Jesus, Maru, he was getting a 3rd CC. Maru, he was double expanding. Ay, ay, ay. Crazy, papi, crazy. Rogue, does he check? No. He does, yeah. He does have the wherewithal. He does check. He does confirm the CC. He will not delay it. He will not cancel it. If he was a couple of seconds earlier here, he could have. But Maru, he escapes with 3 bases. Does survive. Okay. And the game will continue. The game will continue. Team Vitality, they have held. They hold, they survive behind the Jesse Bunny and Rogue expanding. And we just see Rogue with a decent drone count. In general, Rogue and Bunny, they have slightly better economies. Slightly. Ryung, of course, he is embracing mech. He's even floating over here towards the top side as well, taking his own 3rd base, going mass factory. Meanwhile, Maru going into bio. So bio out of Maru. Mech from Ryung. Morning, yes, yes. Good morning. Good morning. Buenos dias, buenos dias. Here the game is slowing down. We're slowing things down. We're macroing up. We do have a Spire on the way here for Rogue, so he's getting into Muta play. There is a little potential for damage here, especially against Ryung. Maybe less so against Maru. Just because of the limited anti-air that Ryung has. Likewise, Bunny's getting into a 2nd factory. Armory. It looks like mech out of Bunny as well. Nice figures. Gets 2 tanks. 2 tanks go down. Cyclone drop here in Ryung's 3rd. Overall, Rogue and Bunny doing well. Harassing nicely. I mean, they have to, especially against Maru. Like, Maru, he's just been insanely greedy here. And mech is the tech of choice for Bunny. Composition. And Rogue, he has built up some resources. Bunny can also feed as well. True, he can also feed him some gas. Has friendly fire's force, but the tank barely survives. And here come the mutas. 9 mutas on the way for Rogue. When it comes to the bases here, as we mentioned before, Ryung, he's very exposed. No turrets, no anti-air. Ryung, he has 1 Viking. 1 Viking for Ryung. Otherwise, he's getting into Macville accelerators, but I believe Ryung, he has only 2 Cyclones. Yeah, again, the anti-air is very limited. You just have a lot of potential. And here they come. It'll be 13 mutas in total. Scan reveals the Spire, now he knows. And now he's aware, but it might just be too little too late. Viking getting caught out. And Rogue, he's headed for the 3rd base of Ryung. Yeah, he knows. There's just not much here. Denies mining. Oh. Gets 1 of the Cyclones. Gets 1, gets both. Oof. Being on the tank as well, so far, nice pickups. He does get punished somewhat. Rogue picking up a tank. Harassing in two places at once. Thors have right. Oh god, massive Thor shots. Jesus. The Thor volleys are brutal and Rogue gets punished. Ryung and Maru, they're holding their own. And that's the scary thing about Rogue going into mutas, is that mutas are amazing when it comes to harassing force, but in main fights, they're not ideal. So it's on Rogue to just buy as much time, deal as much damage as possible, and then build up his ground army. Bunny's pushing. Okay. Bunny's also moving out. Rogue trying to cause a distraction. Jeez, we have double layered rocks. Oh god, that's a lot of rocks. Rogue making his way over. At the same time, Bunny pushing right down mid. Ryung is somewhat in position. Bunny does move in. Takes down the first tank. Pushing into the natural, and Ryung is just too far behind. The base is going to be denied. Denies the expansion. Mutas, they do dive into the mineral line. Maru's keeping up. At least trying to. But Maru's out of position, trying to keep up with the mutas. Marines, the terrain is working against him. And from here, we can just head into the bases. Oh. Okay. Marines are ready. Getting another tank. Picking up the turrets. Oh, he doesn't quite get any ground though. Jeez. That's the links. They almost make it in. Almost. They're coming. Rocks, they barely survive. Bunny going for his own Hellbat drop. Yo, it's Heart Storm again. Let's go. Hellbat's into the middle line. The SCV's going to be going down, and you can see that Maru and Ryung, they're just the punching bags. They've just been taking so much damage since the start of the game. They were so committed to their proxy 4-axe, it just did not pay off. And they've just been stuck behind and staying behind this entire time. They're losing more SCVs. They cannot keep up. I was worried about Rogue's army like being able to hold its own, especially against the main army, against the main push, but I mean, Team Vitality, they're just stuck at home. Like Ryung and Maru, they just can't move out. They can't move out. They can barely even defend. As they rotate to the top side. And then Bunny, he's just here to just hold the line. Just delay any kind of push, any kind of counterattack. He has control of the ramp. And they don't quite make it in. It's 34 meters. We go for the Doom Drop. Okay. It does have in the army. Meters have to come in. And it looks like Ryung, he should be able to break out here. Yeah, just barely. Breaks through the siege line. Bunny, he plummets in supply. At the same time, Meters are down with the Thor. Thor barely goes down. And where's the anti-air? Yeah, there was only one Thor. Only one Thor. There's 2 Marines. No shot. It's pure Marauder. We have 3 Marines coming in. And the Muta's done it. Yeah, the Mass Muta does it. Yeah, just too many Marauders. Magic Box here on top of the Thor. Thor goes down. We just came to production. And coming into this, I was favoring Team Vitality, but never mind. GG gets called, and Team Falcons, they will claim the series with a nice and clean 3-0. GG. Ay, ay, ay. GG, well played. It was a spicy way to start the game, of course. We had both Ryung and Maru going for the proxy 4-axe, but alas, did not do enough damage. Shout out to Bunny, by the way, because Bunny, he was on his own. Remember, Rogue, he went triple hatch before pool. Like, he was crazy with how much greed Rogue was going for. Like, again, Bunny, he was left on his own for the defense, and he held. Like, it was very impressive. Bunny, he was able to finish up his bunker on top of the ramp. He was able to hold on to that main base. On top of that, Rogue, sure, he lost one base, but because he double expanded, he had another. He had another backup expansion. So Rogue didn't lose too much, and Bunny, he was able to maintain his economy as well. From there, they took a lead. Maru and Ryung, they had a really hard time recovering from that. They were quite greedy themselves. We saw that Maru, he double expanded, and Ryung, he took a fast natural. So both players were being very greedy. They were focusing their economy because of the failed aggression, and that's when they were punished, right? That's when both Rogue and Bunny were able to take control of the low ground, deny bases, maintain map control, and GG. GG, well played. Ryung and Maru, they never quite recovered. They never recovered. Never got to build back up, and with that, we still have one game left though. Bear that in mind, all 4 games are being played, and up next we still have Maru versus Solar. Team Falcons, they will still win the overall series, but Maru and Solar, they will still play out their match. For overall scorelines, overall final results. Let's go. As there's still one game left, here we go, Maru and Solar. We're going to be loading into the Old Republic. Yeah, Bunny and Rogue carrying this series. Popped up. And here we go, we're loading in and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of the Old Republic. We have the South Korean Zerg player, we have the Red Zerg for Team Falcons. As they do lead the series 3-0, it is Solar. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, we have the Blue Terran for Team Vitality. It is Maru. Opening up 2-Rax Reaper. Okay, here we go. So we have an aggressive start out of Maru, and we'll see how Solar can handle himself. Remember, this is a rematch back in GSL. Solar, he is one of the reasons why Maru, he was knocked the hell out of GSL early on. Solar did knock him down and knock him out. Now it's time for Maru to get his revenge. Let's see if Maru can bring it back here. Again, if you recall in that last season of GSL, Maru, he was playing a lot of mech. He was playing mech, and he was also playing a lot of 8-Raxes as well. And Solar, he read him like a book. He shut down his mech. He shut down his 8-Raxes. Solar had some very impressive play and very prepared builds. But now, best of 1. Anything can happen, right? Best of 1 between these 2 players. Anything can and will happen. Meanwhile, we have our 2-Rax Reaper. I don't know if I'm really fond of the idea of going for this build on this map. Again, I would imagine this is Maru's first time playing on the Old Republic. This is a very large map, and the map pool long rushes this by ground. Solar, who'll have more time to react and to respond. Have a lot more time. And of course, after this, we can go over the overall standings, and we can go over the Wikipedia page. We'll be able to do so. Oh, my apologies. I assumed 2-Rax Reaper. Sorry, we opened up 2-Rax Marine. Okay. This is interesting. So this is going to be a really kind of, do I say greedy? We're cutting a lot of corners here. Again, we did take later gases, so we're going into Mass Marine. With this, we can try to catch the first Overlord. The Overlord does dip in, does confirm the setup, does confirm the Marines that are rallying across the map, and we'll see if Maru can shut down the 3rd base. As Marines do rally. This also does give Maru a bit of a boost when it comes to his Marine production, when it comes to the follow-up stim time in the mid-game. And Solar, he pulls away, he just gives up on his 3rd. As Solar, he's going to be contained on 2 bases. Behind this, yep, there's the tech lab, there's the reactor. Stim is going to be on the way. Maru going for a 3rd CC before a factory. This is so much greed out of Maru. Maru, he'll be insanely vulnerable against a Roach all-in. Unfortunately, there's no Roach Warren. We have Link Speed on the way instead. So again, the greed is crazy here, and Maru, he should get away with it. As typically it's 3rd CC after the factory. And why he'd be vulnerable against a Roach all-in is because the factory is so late. That means tanks and just factory-based production, and also starport-based production is heavily delayed. On top of that, the Raxes are exposed. So Lindsay hit that much harder. Nice kiting out of Maru, as Maru, he does shut down those Lings. And he makes it back home. Does make it back home. And again, this is a shaky start for Solar. Solar, he's got a very late third. He's got a lot of joining to do, a lot of catching up. The Overlord is going to be rallied into the main. Again, the third CC is already done. Here we go. Oh, okay, that was not expecting. So it's going to be a it's going to be a quote-unquote 3cc 2-on-1 setup into an early Hellbat push. So it's going to be a strong sim timing with additional Marines into Hellbats. Wings, they catch out one Marine so far. They catch out a couple of Marines, but again, this is going to hit like a truck. It's going to hit very hard, especially if there are no Banelings and no Roaches. Gases are now being taken. Gases are on the way. But Solap, por favor. The problem here is that he's getting +1 carapace. This screams 2-on-1 defense, right? This is to defend against a 2-on-1, which makes plenty of sense. But the Hellbats are they're a bit of a twist here to the build, and no, not like this. 3-0 best of 5, yes. For those that are unaware, this is a best of 5, but the 4th game is being played. Like, regardless of score, like, the 4th game is still being played. As Maru does them in, the Hellbats are revealed. There are no Banelings to defend, and Maru, he might just overwhelm. Like, here and now, he stims in, he goes to the Queens are going down. That was the last transfuse. Nice positioning here behind the mineral line. And the Lings, they just get roasted. They just get completely roasted here. Every Zergling goes down. Queens laid out on the medevac. Medevac does get away. Queens are falling. Down to 2. 2 Queens left. Ah, no. Down to 2. Down to 1. Down to 0. Yeah, every Queen goes down. The army is heavily overstimmed. But this is still critical damage. Oof. As Maru barely gets cleaned up. Just barely. And Maru takes the lead. Maru takes the lead. He's up in workers plus mules, so Maru has a booming economy in comparison to Solar. Maru's getting into 1-1 upgrades. So Solar, he survives, but he still just sustained too much losses, or too many losses. He lost 8 Queens, 80 Zerglings. Oh my, the efficiency. 81 Zerglings, 8 Queens, and 9 drones. Brutal damage. And Maru can just chill. He can just chill, build up on 3 bases, and go for a second push. Ay. He can go for a second move out. Has to be careful. Oh, a miscontrol as he does not pick up. Okay. Solar. That's the first big step here in coming back. As Maru, he does not pick up in time. Again, first big mistake here from Maru. Going for his own double drop on the left-hand side. Now, Solar can do that again. Solar is joining up, getting his 4th base. Do have the infestation bit on the way as well. That's going to be for Hive Tech. Un poquito más. Poquito más. Things are morphing in. Up. Okay, here we go. Nice control out of Maru. Does focus on those banelings. This time paying attention. We gotta lock in, Pat. Gotta lock in. Despite the stronger start, it's still Solar. As Maru, he's waiting for his upgrades. 2-2 is soon to kick in. Solar, meanwhile, his hive is on the way and he's taking up towards lurkers. We'll see if he can get there. They survive. Solar just has to buy a little bit more time for his banelings. This area here outside of the base is very open. Not a lot of choke points, which does make it easier for Solar to engage. And this may just come down to the mine shots. Speaking of, does on burrow. Mine shots there, not they are going to be baited out. Nice control out of Solar. Widow mines, they do not connect. So far, so good. Solar, he's holding on. He wants that final Widow mine. Barely doesn't get it. Ay, ay, ay. There we go. Does get it towards the end. Cleans up the army, and Solar he holds. Now, what's scary about this defense is that what we're working towards lurkers. Lurker den is complete. Hive is done. Vipers are on the way, and Solar's army is just getting better and better. So finding his army over time. A little bit further, and with lurkers, he can slow the game down and max out. Meanwhile, Maru, he's already maxed. Going for a split push. Solar, he cannot engage off of creep. Solar gets caught out. He got a lot of lings. Run by is attempted. Maru, he defends. Decent catch here from Solar, catching all these Marauders. So with 8-9 Marauders going down, at the same time Maru, he does go for the drop. Solar later reacts, has to pull away. Yeah, Solar, he was out of position, pulls away the drones. The drops are popping up. It's the 5th base. No critical economic damage, but that's a lot of lava that's being denied. And likewise, Solar, he needs a bank. Needs to build up. Solar, he's max, he's got his 2 Vipers, he has 7 Lurkers, and back at home, we'll see how well Maru's set up. I mean, he's got his Ghost. Ghost are up and running. The tanks are in position. Pushing up this ramp is going to be difficult. Maru, he's on the defensive. Mainly taking it into the mineral line, and this planetary is going to fall. Nice pick up. Takes on the planetary. Did you see that Viper? He tried to abduct. Feels bad, man. But you can see the Viper, he went in, then he went back, then he had to go back around. As you can no longer abduct tanks. Is this the first, like, quote-unquote late-game ZBT that I've been able to cast in the latest patch? I think so, to be honest. We mentioned it earlier, but Zerg matches are quite rare nowadays, so we haven't been able to really cover much. The ones we have ended in a very different way. As another base goes down, nice pick up. Solar takes down another expansion. Liberators overextend. But Maru running into the Lurkers. Oh, it doesn't quite break through. Yeah, brutal fight there for Maru. Pushing into Lurkers, did not have enough. The Lunkers, they hold on. And Solar, he's rallying. He's rallying across the map. He can't keep this going. Lurker's finally going down. But again, that's 2 bases falling. The northern 4th base, the center 5th base as well. Maru, he's stuck on a 3-base economy. He needs to build up. And if you recall, we spoke about the Old Republic previously in the previous matchup about how difficult it is to defend the 4th, right? The 4th base is just so open and so exposed. On other maps, there's typically more choke points, there's typically high ground as well. But that is not the case here at the northern or center 4th base. What I'm getting at is it's easier to push into. It is easier for the Zerg player, for Solar, to attack into set 4th. As Maru does take down the expansion. Takes down the base, but again, I don't see Maru defending this expansion. Like, I don't see him saving the 4th, Pappy. I'll be impressed if he can. Can he pull it off? Solar barely does lunge in. Same time he's pushing towards that center base. Does have the Liberators. Okay, Liberators going down. Not enough Link Vein. Maru's holding. Where are the Lunkers? Okay, 0. Never mind. 0 Lurkers. Pure Link Vein Hydra. Once again, Solo going for a run by. Let's break the snipe. Gets away in time. The base is exposed, and Solo, he's going for the kill. He's going for the planetary, and once again, this planetary should go down. And that's the win condition. Like, Solo just has to go in time and time again, kill the expansion, kill the base, ensure that Maru has no economy. Just going further in. A little bit bold. It does go further in. Lings, they get into the natural. SCVs are going down. Maru getting pulled apart. Getting pulled apart back. Solia just ensuring once again there is no economy. 16 SCV is going to be going down. He rotates over towards the top side. Maru, he's attempting to expand. He's attempting. We get some okay snipes, mine shots as well, but the last another 20 SCV kills. Does save the CC, just barely. But once again, Solo, all he has to do is just back off. Just back off, rebuild, remax, and hit it once again. Yeah, Lings get into the mineral line. SCV's going down. Yeah, and this is really the final fight here for Maru, even forcing friendly fire with the Overseers. Let's go. Does break through the main army. Again, it's all or nothing for Maru. He's all in. Oh my god. Snipes going up. Yeah, the fungle's a little bit too late. Most of the Hydras went down. A very strong fight here for Maru. Unfortunately, behind it, again, he has no economy. He has no economy. He has no expansion. This is his final army. And Soul just has to back off, rebuild, and remax. He has to remax. This map looks like an excellent Zerg map. It looks like someone did not tune into the TLMC judging stream. But if you remember, one of our big criticisms of the Old Republic was how difficult it is to take a 4th, if you recall. And GG gets called, and Solar, he will take the series he will clean up the game. He will take the series for his team 4-0. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Props to Solo for beating Maru though, that's a rarity. Solo, he beat Maru in GSL as well. Like he was the reason why Maru, he was knocked out of GSL. So he has been on a more winning record against Maru as of late, if you haven't been watching StarCraft. But GG well played. With that, Team Falcons, they will take the 4-0. Very well done, very impressive play here, very impressive performance. As again, we have seen timing, winding it back a little bit here, Maru did have a stronger start. If you recall, Maru, he was able to pop off with his initial 2-on-1 Hellbat push. He did cripple Solar, but then we saw some mistakes out of Maru as he was bleeding out drops, as he lost a lot of Marines. He wasn't paying attention. He lost a full drop of bio as well, full double drop of bio. So there were some missteps there from Maru in the aftermath, and then the map came into play. We kind of got into it earlier, but of course we were one of the judges for TLMC, and we did of course provide feedback for Old Republic as well. We spoke about this during the previous series, but it is very difficult to take a 4th base on the Old Republic. The map is just so open, and the 4th base is very isolated from the rest of the expansions. So we've seen it in ZVP and in every matchup really, but it's so difficult to maintain the 4th base as the defending player. And Maru finds out the hard way as well. To be fair though, I mean, Team Vitality did decide to field Maru on the Old Republic as well. As a reminder, this is like a Pro League format where the maps are revealed ahead of time, and then players, they do send out their lineups ahead of time as well, so players, they're able to prepare and get ready for their opponents. So again, a strong showing here by Team Falcons. Rogue took down Zan, Bunny took down Ryung. We had, of course, the 2v2 also going in favor of Bunny and Rogue, and then Solar did clean it up as well against Maru. GG. GG, well played. GG, well played. And with that, that was our final series for the broadcast. Very quickly though, if you haven't been keeping up with the event itself, we can go over the Wikipedia page. Go over the page. Un momento. Here we go. So again, this was day one of the CranKy Season 2 tournament. As you can see up here, it is a, how much? It is a 7,000 USD, 7,000 USD prize pool. 6 teams have been invited. Bam, we have Basilisk, Shopify, Streamer Zone, Team Falcons, Team Liquid, and Team Vitality. 6 teams in total, and we just wrapped up the preliminary stage. Here we had Basilisk. Basilisk took down Streamer Zone 4-0. We had Team Liquid taking down Shopify 3-2. Was very close, was very clutch, but Team Liquid did come out on top. And we had Team Falcons take down Vitality 4-0. So again, very strong showing here from 2 of our teams. And again, Team Liquid versus Shopify was a lot closer. The most fun thing about this is, one, we're featuring purely TLMC maps, true. So Mothership, Dream of Scars, the Old Republic, 10,000 Feet, and Gem Garden. But we also are featuring 2v2s as well. Never seen such a best of format. I mean, this is, if you maybe didn't watch Pro League back in the day, this is very similar to Pro League, except for the 2v2s, right? Pro League they were best of 5s as well, where you would have lineups revealed ahead of time, and you would field those lineups as well. Brood War Pro League did have 2v2. SC2 Pro League, I don't think, maybe the early season did, but it was something that kind of fell by the wayside, and unfortunately was never part of the StarCraft 2 version of Pro League, unfortunately. Here we go. But what did this initial preliminary stage mean? Of course, well, heading on down, bam, as you can see here, it leads into the group stage. So hold on very quickly here. So who won? Basilisk won their series, Team Liquid won their series, and Team Falcons as well. As a result, bam, you can see them. Basilisk, Team Falcons, and Team Liquid, they are seeded into the playoffs. They're seeded into the playoffs, into the final bracket, so they have today off. As you can see here, Streamer Zone, Shopify, and Team Vitality, these are the 3 teams that failed to win their matches, and they are all in the group stage facing off for a chance at making it into the playoffs. Only one of these 3 teams will make it into the top 4, will make it into the playoffs. Oh boy. So you can see here, it's going to be Streamer Zone versus Shopify. Then we have the Vitality match as well, as I believe it's going to be round robin. Yeah, it's going to be round robin here between our teams. Everyone will play against everyone, if I'm not mistaken. Not too familiar with the format. Do we have line? Oh, we have lineups as well. Let's go. We have Nightmare versus Lambo on Ruby Rock. We have Jumi versus Björn as well on 10,000 Feet. We have Nightmare and SOS once again teaming up, going up against Harambo, Harstem, and Lambo on Gem Garden. And we have Geralt versus Harstem on Andromeda. Okay. We're featuring more TLMC 21 maps. with Ruby Rock and with Andromeda as well. Coming into this, who do we favor? I still have to favor Harsam and Lambo in the 2v2s for sure. Yeah, Shopify, they're coming in as the heavy hitters. Nightmare, of course, is the ace player of Streamer Zone, and Nightmare has a really good shot here at bringing it back and giving a nice lead to the team early on. I think I might lean towards Nightmare in this series against Lambo, so best of luck to Lambo. Jumi can be very cheeky, very cheesy. He has the potential to snipe Bjorn in a best of one for sure, and Geralt and Harsam is going to be a close one. I do consider them quite close in skill in that PvP, so there's potential here for this to go back and forth. Obviously, yeah, I would say that Shopify is favored. Shopify is favored in this series, but I can see a world where Streamer Zone can take the win instead. So best of luck, and of course Vitality is going to be a part of this as well. So best of luck. When it comes to our coverage of this tournament, we should be live tomorrow in less than 24 hours. With these matches. You can see here that it's happening live. As I mentioned before, the main sponsor of this tournament is Chijik. Chijik is a streaming platform. What that means is that if you want to cast this live, you cannot cast it on Twitch, you cannot cast it on YouTube. It has to be live streamed on Chijik, which we have done in the past. We have covered Chijik events before, we have casted on their platform before. Unfortunately, it's a Korean platform and we never really got a lot of viewership, and it was a little bit disheartening to be the first and be the official live casters but not really get much attention, and then for others to replay cast a couple of hours later and kind of get all the viewership because they'd be streaming on Twitch, right, and everyone would be watching on Twitch as well. So it was a little bit disheartening, and it did feel like we were at a disadvantage for casting it live. So we decided to stop casting it live and to start casting it via replays as well. And we're getting more viewership as a result. So that's, I mean, again, it just was never worth it casting it live, unfortunately. So we do cast it via replays instead, 24 hours after the fact. So again, this group stage is happening at the moment, and we should be live with this group stage tomorrow. Sorry, I say tomorrow. Actually, when are we going to be live with it? Let me check our calendar. Never mind. Yeah, tomorrow. Should be live in less than 24 hours with these matches. So we'll see you then. We'll see you then tomorrow for some more of these matches, for some more gathers. Crank Gathers Season 2. We'll never see Clem Protoss versus Maru. If you remember, that's the one thing. The only Terran player that Clem hasn't beaten with his Protoss is Maru, because they've never played. Only because they've never played. And if you remember, that was one of the things, I keep bringing this up, that was the saddest part about the tournament that was earlier this year. Star Zagora, right? That was the saddest thing about Star Zagora, because Maru, he canceled his trip because of his shoulder injury. Remember, he was going to Star Zagora, and then he canceled because of his shoulder injury, so he never got to play against Clem there. And then at EWC, they never played either. They miss each other at EWC. So this would have been the place to maybe see them face off. Team Vitality, they have to make it through the standings, they have to make it through the group stage to have a chance of that happening. But yeah, so far Maru, he's the only Terran player that Clem hasn't beaten, and he's avoiding him. He's like, what happened to Afrika TV? Is that still around? Yes. Afrika TV is still around. Chijik is a competitor to Afrika. They compete. Chijik was hard to access. Yeah, I know that if you're watching from outside of Korea, like you can, especially from Europe, I believe Europeans that were having like some buffering issues trying to watch on Chijik. It's just not friendly to the foreign scene. I don't think GSCL or SG Pro League had 2v2. Yeah, they didn't have 2v2. Only the Brood War iterations had it, from my memory at least. Last Fantasy still in the map. Is Last Fantasy still in this map pool? No shot. No shot. Is it? Okay. It's not in this tournament map pool. Thankfully. Yeah. Hello, well, today's ongoing games will be casted. I'm quite late to the party, sorry. If you're talking about the group stage of Crank Gathers, we'll be casting that tomorrow. We're casting it tomorrow. But otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. By the way, they're playing right now. It's not the 28th. It is. At least here in Australia. Here in Australia, it is the 28th of October. 28th. So what you were seeing was my converted time zone is the 28th. Just because if you didn't know, I'm here in Australia. So different time zones. But otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. We do appreciate it. And we'll see you guys tomorrow in less than 24 hours with the next day, with the next cast of this invitational of the Crank Gatherers Season 2 tournament. Let's go. So we'll find out which of the 3 remaining teams will be able to advance on into the playoffs. Will it be Streamer Zone, Team Vitality, or Shopify? Oh boy. I mean, part of me is cheering for Team Vitality just so we can maybe see Maru and Clem, but we'll see. It'll be fun nonetheless. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. If you're unsatiated, if you want some more StarCraft, if you can't wait, and if you want to watch the Day 2 live, it's being casted in Korean over on Chijik. Crank himself is casting the event, so you can check it out over on his channel. Otherwise, I believe Wardy TV Monday is still ongoing, right? I think it's still... Yeah, Wardy's tournament is still ongoing. I believe Steadfast is live with that. Wardy as well. So we'll give him some love. We'll give him some support. Technically, I could switch over, but we're wrapping up for today. So give some love to Wardy, and we'll see you guys next time. Until then, ciao, papi ciao. See you tomorrow. Also, if you want to support us, socials in the chat. You can follow us on YouTube. We do upload on YouTube on a daily basis, so plenty of content over on YouTube. Likewise, you can support us on Patreon as well. Our Patreon does help us fund our weekly tournaments. We do host events on a weekly basis, and all funded via Patreon. So you can support us there. Otherwise, we'll see you tomorrow. See you then. Ciao, papi ciao. See you then.